This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't feel safe in my own home. It's been weeks since that day, but the memories haunt me constantly. I keep replaying it all in my mind, trying to make sense of what happened, but I just can't. It started as a normal Saturday morning. I was alone in the house, enjoying some quiet time with my coffee before running errands. My husband Tom was away on a business trip, and my daughter Emily was at a sleepover. I remember feeling grateful for the peaceful moment. That peace shattered in an instant when I heard Tom's voice calling out to me from the backyard. "Maria, Maria, come quick. I need your help." My heart leapt into my throat. Tom wasn't supposed to be home for days. Had something happened? Was he hurt? I rushed to the back door, my mind racing with possibilities, but when I flung open the door, Tom wasn't there. The yard was empty and still. Confusion washed over me. Had I imagined it? But it had sounded so real, so urgent. "Maria!" There it was again, unmistakably Tom's voice. It seemed to be coming from beyond our fence, in the wooded area behind our property. "Please, I'm hurt. I need you." Fear and adrenaline propelled me forward. I ran across the yard, vaulted over our low fence, and plunged into the trees. "Tom, where are you?" I called out desperately. His voice answered, sounding pained. "Over here, hurry!" But as I moved towards the sound, it seemed to shift, coming from a different direction. I changed course, pushing through brambles, my heart pounding. This went on for what felt like hours, though it couldn't have been more than 20 minutes. Tom's voice led me deeper and deeper into unfamiliar woods, always just out of reach. The trees grew denser, blocking out more of the sky. The air felt heavier, almost oppressive. Suddenly, I emerged into a small clearing and froze. The ground dropped away just feet in front of me, plunging into a massive sinkhole. It was easily 50 feet across, and so deep I couldn't see the bottom. How had I never known this was here? "Mom, help me!" Emily's terrified scream jolted me from my shock. It seemed to be coming from inside the pit. I inched closer to the edge, peering down into the darkness. "I'm scared. Please help." "Emily," I called out, my voice shaking. "Where are you, honey? I can't see you." "I'm down here. I fell in and I can't get out." Her sobs tore at my heart. I had to get to her, had to save her. But how? The sides of the pit were sheer, offering no safe way down. As I frantically searched for a solution, my own mother's voice drifted up from the depths. "Maria, darling, come down here. We need you." I stumbled back from the edge, my mind reeling. This was impossible. My mother had passed away years ago. What was happening? The voices began to overlap, a cacophony of pleas and cries from everyone I loved. Tom, Emily, my mother, my best friend, all calling for me, all seeming to be trapped in that bottomless pit. Their words tugged at my heart, urging me to jump in, to save them. Part of me knew it couldn't be real. But the voices, they sounded so authentic, so desperate. Tears streamed down my face as I wrestled with indecision. What if they really were down there somehow? How could I abandon them? I inched forward again, torn between the instinct to help and the growing sense that something was terribly wrong. As I neared the edge, the air seemed to shimmer and distort. For a brief moment, I thought I saw something moving in the shadows below, something that definitely wasn't human. Terror seized me. I scrambled backwards, tripping over roots and fallen branches in my haste to get away. The voices rose to a fever pitch, abandoning their pleas for angry accusations. "You're leaving us here to die." I thought you loved me. How could you do this to your own daughter?" Their words cut deep, but the inhuman growl underlying them spurred me on. I ran blindly through the woods, branches whipping my face, thorns tearing at my clothes. I had no idea which direction I was going. I just knew I had to get away. I don't know how long I ran. My lungs were burning, my legs trembling with exhaustion. But finally, mercifully, I burst out of the tree line and found myself back in my own yard. I collapsed onto the grass, gasping for air, my whole body shaking. As my breathing slowly steadied, I became aware of how quiet it was. No voices, no strange sounds, just normal neighborhood noises, distant lawn mowers, kids playing, birds chirping. I lay there for a long time, afraid to move, afraid it would all start again. Eventually, I gathered the courage to get up and go inside. I locked every door and window, drew all the curtains, and huddled on the couch. That's where Tom found me hours later when he got home from his trip, still shaking and barely able to speak. I've tried to tell him what happened, but the words always fall short. How can I explain the sheer wrongness of those voices, the way they pulled at my very soul, nearly convincing me to leap to my death? He's worried about me, I can tell. He thinks maybe I had some kind of breakdown or hallucination. Sometimes I wonder if he's right, but then I remember that thing I glimpsed in the pit, the malevolence I felt emanating from it. That was real. I know it was. I've done some research since then, trying to make sense of it all. I've found similar stories, people lured into danger by familiar voices, encounters with shape-shifting entities in the woods. Some call them demons or trickster spirits. Others talk about interdimensional beings or glitches in reality. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that something tried to take me that day. Something that knew exactly how to manipulate my emotions, how to use my love against me. And I'm terrified it's not done with me yet. I haven't set foot in our backyard since it happened. I can't bring myself to look at those woods. Tom's talked about selling the house and moving, and honestly, I'm considering it. But would that even help? Or would this, whatever it is, just follow me? The worst part is the doubt that lingers. What if I made the wrong choice? What if somehow my loved ones really were down there and I abandoned them? Logically, I know that's impossible, but the guilt still gnaws at me. I find myself analyzing every sound now, every voice. When Tom or Emily call out to me from another room, I freeze up, wondering if it's really them. I'm constantly on edge, waiting for the trick to be revealed, for the voices to start again. I've thought about going to therapy, but I'm afraid they'll think I'm crazy. And to be honest, part of me is afraid that talking about it might somehow make it worse, might draw the attention of whatever was in that pit. So I'm left here, stuck in this limbo of fear and uncertainty, jumping at shadows, questioning reality, wondering if I'll ever feel safe again. All I can do is cling to what I know is real and hope that somehow, someday, I'll find answers. If anyone out there has experienced anything like this, please reach out. I need to know I'm not alone in this. I need to know there's a way to move past it. Because right now, it feels like that day in the woods will haunt me forever. It was just supposed to be a normal camping trip. My buddy Jake and I headed out to the mountains for a weekend of hiking and stargazing. We'd done it a dozen times before without incident. This time was different, though. We hiked deep into the wilderness, further than we'd ever gone. As the sun started to set, we realized we'd misjudged how long it would take to get back to our campsite. Darkness fell quickly in the dense forest. Soon we couldn't see more than a few feet in front of us. Jake suggested we set up camp for the night and head back in the morning. I agreed, Trying to navigate in the pitch black seemed risky. We found a small clearing and started to unpack our gear. That's when I saw the first light. It was just a pinprick at first, floating between the trees maybe 50 yards away. I nudged Jake and pointed. "You see that?" He squinted into the darkness. "Huh, weird. Maybe it's a firefly?" But as we watched, the light grew brighter. It pulsed gently, casting a soft golden glow. There was something mesmerizing about it. I felt drawn to it, like it was beckoning me closer. Before I knew what I was doing, I had taken a few steps towards it. Jake grabbed my arm. "Whoa, where are you going?" I shook my head, snapping out of the trance. "I don't know, man. I felt like I needed to follow it." Jake looked concerned. "Let's just set up camp, all right? Whatever that is, we can check it out in the morning." I nodded, but I couldn't stop glancing back at the light as we unpacked our tent. It seemed to dance and weave between the trees, always just at the edge of visibility. We had just gotten the tent set up when I saw another light appear. This one was a pale blue, floating a bit higher than the first. Then another winked into existence, a soft pink orb that bobbed gently in the air. "Jake," I whispered, "you seeing this?" He was staring wide-eyed at the lights. "What the hell are those things?" More and more lights were appearing now. They formed a loose ring around our campsite, pulsing and shifting in a hypnotic dance. I felt that pull again, an overwhelming urge to go to them. "We should follow them," I heard myself say. "They'll lead us out of here." Jake grabbed my shoulders. "Travis, snap out of it. Those things aren't natural. We need to stay put." But I couldn't tear my eyes away. The lights were so beautiful, so welcoming. Surely they meant us no harm. They just wanted to help, to guide us to safety. I took a hesitant step forward. The nearest light, a warm orange orb, seemed to pulse brighter in response. It drifted a few feet away, as if encouraging me to follow. "Travis, don't!" Jake yelled, but his voice sounded far away. I started walking towards the light. It retreated slowly, always staying just out of reach. The other lights fell in behind it, forming a glowing path through the trees. I heard Jake cursing behind me, then the sound of him scrambling to gather our gear. But I didn't care. I just needed to follow the lights. They led me deeper into the forest. I lost all sense of direction as I twisted and turned between the trees. But I wasn't afraid. The lights would show me the way. I'm not sure how long I walked. It could have been minutes or hours. Time seemed to lose all meaning. I was vaguely aware of Jake calling my name in the distance, but it didn't matter. Nothing mattered except following the lights. Eventually, the trees opened up into a wide clearing. The lights spread out in a circle, pulsing in unison. In the center was a black void, a hole in the ground that seemed to swallow all light. Some dim part of my brain registered danger, but I couldn't stop. The lights were pulling me forward, urging me towards the hole. Just a few more steps, and I'd reach them. They'd show me what I needed to see. I was right at the edge when I felt hands grab me from behind. Jake's voice cut through the fog in my mind. "Travis, stop!" He yanked me backwards, and I fell hard on the ground. The impact seemed to jolt me back to reality. I blinked in confusion, the spell broken. Jake was kneeling next to me, his face pale with fear. "Jesus Christ, Travis, you almost walked right into that pit. What the hell were you thinking?" I shook my head, trying to clear it. I don't know. The lights, they were calling to me." We both looked up. The clearing was empty now. No lights, no hole, just shadows and trees. Jake helped me to my feet. My legs felt weak and shaky. "Let's get the fuck out of here," he said. We stumbled through the dark forest, jumping at every sound. I kept thinking I saw flashes of light out of the corner of my eye, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there. Somehow we made it back to our original campsite just as dawn was breaking. We packed up in silence and hiked out as fast as we could. Neither of us has been camping since that night. Jake doesn't like to talk about what happened. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and disorientation. But in my darkest moments, when I'm alone in the quiet of night, I swear I can still see those lights, pulsing softly in the shadows, calling to me, waiting for me to follow them again. I don't know what those lights were or where they wanted to take me. Part of me is desperate to go back, to solve the mystery. But a deeper instinct tells me that would be a terrible mistake. Whatever is out there in those woods, it isn't natural, and it isn't benevolent. Those lights may look beautiful and inviting, but they are a lure, a trap. I was lucky to escape once. I don't think I'd get a second chance. So I stay away from the forest now. I keep the lights on at night, and I pray that whatever is out there, whatever those lights are connected to, it stays far away from me and everyone else. But sometimes, in my dreams, I'm back in that clearing, walking towards the void as the lights pulse around me. And this time, there's no one there to pull me back from the edge. I wake up in a cold sweat, heart racing, and for a split second, I swear I see a faint glow coming from the corner of my room. But when I look again, it's gone. Maybe it was never there at all, or maybe those things followed me home, waiting for another chance to lure me in. I don't know which option terrifies me more. All I know is that I'll never look at strange lights the same way again. If you're ever in the woods at night and see something glowing in the distance, don't follow it, no matter how beautiful it looks or how strongly you feel drawn to it. Run. Run as fast and as far as you can, because if you don't, you might find out where those lights really lead, and I promise you, it's nowhere you want to go. It started out like any other Saturday morning. I woke up early, made some coffee, and decided to go for a hike in the nearby state park. I'd done this trail dozens of times before, so I wasn't worried about getting lost or anything. The weather was perfect, crisp autumn air, leaves just starting to change color. I remember feeling so at peace as I set out on the familiar path. About an hour into my hike, I started to notice something off. The trail seemed different somehow, like the terrain was shifting subtly with each step. At first I thought I was just imagining things, maybe still groggy from waking up early. But as I continued on, the changes became more and more pronounced. The well-worn dirt path I'd been following suddenly gave way to jagged rocks that seemed to appear out of nowhere. I stumbled, scraping my hand as I caught myself. When I looked down at the blood welling up on my palm, I swear the rocks beneath my feet pulsed and rippled, as if they were alive. I blinked hard, convinced my eyes were playing tricks on me. But when I looked again, the ground was undulating slowly, like the surface of a lake disturbed by a stone. My heart started racing as I spun around, trying to get my bearings, but nothing looked familiar anymore. The trees that had lined the path were gone, replaced by towering pillars of what looked like melted metal, twisted into impossible shapes. The sky above had turned a sickly shade of red, roiling and churning like a pot of boiling blood. I started to run, desperate to find my way back to something, anything that looked normal. but with each pounding step, the landscape shifted and changed around me. One moment I was sprinting across a field of razor-sharp obsidian shards. The next, I was knee-deep in thick, glutinous mud that seemed to be trying to pull me under. The air grew stiflingly hot, then plummeted to freezing in the span of seconds. I gasped for breath as my lungs struggled to adjust, the rapid changes making me dizzy and nauseous. Sweat poured down my face, then froze to my skin. I could feel my body rebelling against the constant flux, muscles seizing up and skin prickling painfully. As I stumbled onward, I became aware of a low, pulsing hum that seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. It reverberated through my bones, making my teeth ache and my vision blur. The sound ebbed and flowed, sometimes fading to near silence, before swelling to a deafening roar that had me clapping my hands over my ears. I don't know how long I ran for. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that hellish place. Minutes stretched into hours, or maybe it was the other way around. All I knew was that I had to keep moving, had to find a way out. At some point, I found myself at the edge of what looked like a vast lake of fire. The heat was incredible, searing my skin and making the air shimmer. But even as I stood there, transfixed by the roiling flames, the inferno began to change. The fire flickered and died, replaced by a sheet of ice so cold it burned. Steam hissed and billowed as the two extremes collided, creating a fog that obscured everything around me. I sank to my knees, overwhelmed by exhaustion and terror. As I knelt there, gasping for breath, I felt the ground beneath me start to shift. At first I thought it was just another change in the landscape, but this was different. The earth wasn't just changing, it was moving with purpose, undulating rhythmically like the chest of some enormous creature breathing. Panic seized me as I realized the truth. This wasn't just some warped version of the forest I knew. This place, this entire hellish landscape, was alive, and it was aware of me. I scrambled to my feet, my fatigue forgotten in a fresh wave of adrenaline. But before I could run, tendrils of mist rose up around me, solidifying into ghostly hands that grasped at my clothes and skin. I thrashed and fought, but their grip was like iron. They pulled me down into the breathing earth that opened up to swallow me whole. I don't remember much after that, just flashes of horror, rivers of molten metal, fields of writhing flesh, skies that wept tears of acid. Each new vision was worse than the last, assaulting my senses and sanity in equal measure. I felt like I was being torn apart and put back together over and over again, my mind struggling to cope with the constant barrage of impossible changes. And through it all, that maddening hum persisted, sometimes fading to background noise, other times swelling to a cacophony that threatened to shatter my skull. It wormed its way into my brain, becoming a part of me even as I fought against it. I don't know how I escaped. One moment I was there, drowning in a sea of ever-shifting horrors, and the next I was back on the familiar trail, collapsing to my knees and retching onto the leaf-strewn ground. When I finally managed to lift my head, everything looked normal. The trees, the sky, the well-worn path, all exactly as they should be. But I knew something had changed. I could feel it in my bones, in the way my skin crawled, and my mind shied away from remembering too much. That place, that living hell, had left its mark on me. I managed to make my way back to my car and drive home, moving on autopilot. It wasn't until I caught sight of myself in the bathroom mirror that I realized how much time had passed. My clothes were torn and dirty, my hair matted with sweat and grime, and my eyes, there was something different about them, something haunted and not quite human. I've tried to rationalize what happened that day. Maybe I ate some bad mushrooms without realizing it. Maybe I had some kind of psychotic break. But deep down, I know the truth. That place was real, as impossible as it seems. And sometimes, late at night when the world is quiet, I swear I can still hear that pulsing hum calling me back. I haven't been back to those woods since that day. I can't bring myself to face the possibility of stumbling into that nightmare realm again. But a part of me wonders if it's still there, waiting just beyond the veil of our reality. And I can't shake the feeling that someday, somehow, it might find its way to me again. So that's my story. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, I'm not sure I believe it myself most days. But I needed to share it, to get it out of my head where it's been festering all these months. Maybe writing it down will help me start to make sense of it all. Or maybe it'll just confirm that I've well and truly lost my mind. Either way, I guess I'll have to learn to live with the knowledge that there are things in this world far beyond our understanding. And some of them are alive, aware, and hungry for new experiences to devour. I left for work as usual, but as soon as I stepped outside, I knew something was terribly wrong. The street was empty, no cars, no people, nothing. The sky had an unnatural reddish tinge to it, and the air smelled faintly of sulfur. I tried to convince myself I was just imagining things, but deep down, I knew this wasn't normal. As I walked down the deserted street, I suddenly heard a voice calling my name. It sounded like my mom, but there was something off about it, a slight echo maybe, or a tone that wasn't quite right. Every instinct told me not to respond or follow the voice, so I kept walking, trying to ignore it. The voice grew more insistent, pleading with me to come help, but I pressed on, my heart racing. I don't know how long I walked for, but eventually I came across what looked like a convenience store. Feeling hungry and thirsty, I went inside. The shelves were stocked with familiar brands, but something felt wrong. As I reached for a bottle of water, a chill ran down my spine. I remembered reading something once about not eating or drinking in places like this. I quickly put the bottle back and left the store, my stomach growling in protest. Outside, I noticed a faint glow in the distance. It looked warm and inviting, like a beacon of hope in this bizarre landscape. For a moment, I considered heading towards it, but then I hesitated. Something in the back of my mind warned me against trusting any lights I saw. So instead, I turned and walked in the opposite direction, fighting against every instinct that told me to seek out that comforting glow. As I continued on, I started to see things. Shapes moving in the corners of my vision, always just out of sight when I turned to look. And then I saw them, beings that looked almost human, but not quite. They were tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that bent at unnatural angles. Their faces were blank, featureless expanses of skin, and they had wings, beautiful ethereal wings that seemed to shimmer and change color. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to look away, to not make eye contact with these angels, demons. I didn't know what to call them, but I knew they weren't anything good. I kept my eyes fixed firmly on the ground and kept walking, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. As I walked, I realized I had no idea how long I'd been in this place. My watch had stopped working, and the sky never changed, just that constant, unsettling reddish glow. I tried counting my steps, trying to keep track of time that way, but I quickly lost count. It was as if time itself had no meaning here. At one point, exhaustion started to overtake me. I wanted nothing more than to stop and rest, maybe even curl up in a corner and sleep. But something told me that if I stopped moving, even for a moment, I might never be able to start again. So I kept going, one foot in front of the other, ignoring the burning in my muscles and the heaviness in my eyelids. The landscape around me shifted constantly. One moment I was walking down what looked like my childhood street. The next I was in a dense forest with trees that seemed to whisper as I passed. Buildings appeared and disappeared, roads twisted and turned impossibly. I tried to make sense of it all, to find some pattern or logic, but there was none. The only constant was the need to keep moving. At times the urge to call out for help was overwhelming. I wanted to scream, to beg for someone, anyone, to come save me from this nightmare. But each time I opened my mouth to speak, a wave of dread washed over me. Somehow, I knew that making any sound would be a terrible mistake. So I stayed silent, biting my tongue until I tasted blood. I don't know how long I wandered through that hellscape. Hours, days, years. It all blurred together in a nightmarish haze. But I never stopped moving, never ate or drank, never called out or followed the voices that sometimes whispered my name. I didn't run, even when terror gripped me so tightly I could barely breathe. I just kept walking, one steady step after another. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. I blinked, and I was back on my street, standing in front of my house. The sky was blue, birds were chirping, and I could hear the familiar sounds of my neighbors going about their day. For a moment, I thought I had imagined it all, but then I looked down at my clothes, filthy, torn, and definitely not what I had been wearing when I left for work that morning. I stumbled into my house, barely making it to the bathroom before I threw up. As I sat on the cold tile floor, shaking and crying, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Had I really been to hell? Some other dimension? Or had I just had some kind of mental breakdown? To this day, I don't have answers. I've never told anyone about this before now. Who would believe me? But I know what I experienced was real. And I know that the only reason I survived was because I followed those unspoken rules. Don't eat, don't follow voices, don't trust lights, don't look at the angels, never ask for help, don't try to keep track of time, don't run, don't speak, keep moving, but don't rush. I don't know why I was chosen for this test, punishment, random cosmic accident, but I do know that if anyone else ever finds themselves in a similar situation, following these rules might be the only thing that gets them out alive. Sometimes I still wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I'm back in that place. The memory of it never really fades, but I survived. And if you're reading this and you ever find yourself in a place that feels wrong, remember these rules. They might just save your life. It happened about 6 months ago. I'm 67 years old, and I've always been in relatively good health. But that day, something went terribly wrong. I was at home, just going about my normal morning routine. I remember feeling a bit off, a slight headache, some dizziness. I brushed it off as nothing serious. But then, as I was making my coffee, it hit me like a ton of bricks. A searing pain shot through my head, and the room started spinning. I tried to call out to my wife, but no words came out. The last thing I remember is collapsing on the kitchen floor. The next thing I knew, I was somewhere else, somewhere impossible. I found myself standing at the edge of what I can only describe as a nightmarish forest. The trees were unlike anything I've ever seen, twisted, blackened skeletons reaching towards a sky that wasn't there. And the fire, God, the fire. It covered everything, but it wasn't like any fire I've ever known. It was cold, freezing cold. I could feel it biting into my skin, but there was no heat, no warmth at all. Just an icy, burning sensation that seemed to penetrate right to my bones. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, paralyzed with fear and confusion. How did I get here? What was this place? Was I dead? As I tried to make sense of my surroundings, I noticed something even more terrifying. There were figures in the flames, human shapes, charred and blackened, writhing in silent agony. Their mouths were open in soundless screams, their eyes wide with terror and pain. I wanted to look away, to run, to do something to help them, but I couldn't move. I couldn't even close my eyes. Just when I thought I couldn't bear it any longer, I noticed a path cutting through the forest. It wasn't there before, I'm certain of it. But suddenly, it was the only thing I could focus on. Without consciously deciding to, I found myself walking down this path. The cold fire licked at my feet, but it left no marks, no burns, just that awful penetrating cold. As I walked, I became aware of presences around me, massive creatures lurking just out of sight, hidden in the shadows between the burning trees. I couldn't see them clearly, but I could feel their eyes on me. So many eyes, watching my every move, seeming to peer into my very soul. I felt exposed, vulnerable, in a way I've never experienced before. It was as if these creatures could see every thought, every memory, every secret I'd ever tried to hide. The path seemed to go on forever. I don't know how long I walked. Time didn't seem to exist in this place. But as I continued on, I started to see scenes playing out in the flames. At first, I didn't understand what I was seeing. But then, with a jolt of horror, I realized I was watching moments from my own life. Not just any moments, though. I was seeing every mistake I'd ever made, every person I'd ever hurt, every selfish thought I'd ever had. It was like a parade of my worst moments, my deepest shames and regrets, all laid bare for me to see. I saw the time I cheated on a test in high school, the guilty pleasure I felt at getting away with it. I saw myself lying to my wife about where I'd been one night, the sick feeling in my stomach as the words came out of my mouth. I saw the moment I walked past a homeless man without even acknowledging him, pretending he didn't exist because his presence made me uncomfortable. Every petty jealousy, every white lie, every moment of weakness, it was all there, playing out in excruciating detail. I wanted to close my eyes, to block it out, but I couldn't. Some unseen force kept me walking, kept my eyes open, forced me to confront every ugly truth about myself. And the worst part? I could feel the creatures watching, judging, their countless eyes boring into me as I relived my failures and shortcomings. As I continued down the path, the scenes began to change. Now I was seeing not just my own mistakes, but the consequences of them. I saw how my actions had affected others, rippling out in ways I'd never considered. The student who lost confidence in their abilities after I'd gotten the higher grade through cheating. The pain and doubt in my wife's eyes every time she looked at me after that night I lied. The despair on the homeless man's face as person after person walked by, ignoring his existence. I wanted to scream, to apologize, to make it right somehow. But I couldn't speak, couldn't act. I was forced to be a passive observer, watching the hurt I'd caused play out over and over again. The cold fire seemed to burn even colder, seeping into my very core as I faced the truth of who I really was. Just when I thought I couldn't take any more, the path opened up into a clearing. In the center stood a massive tree, larger than all the others. Its branches reached out like gnarled fingers, and the cold fire that covered it seemed to pulse with a life of its own. As I approached, I realized with horror that the fire wasn't just on the tree, it was coming from inside it. Through gaps in the charred bark, I could see a swirling vortex of that impossible freezing flame. I knew somehow that this was the end of my journey, that whatever was inside that tree was my final destination. The thought filled me with a terror so profound I thought I might lose my mind. But still, my feet carried me forward, step by inexorable step. As I reached the base of the tree, the fire parted like a curtain, revealing a dark opening. I could feel the cold radiating from it, more intense than anything I'd experienced so far. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to fight, to do anything but enter that nightmare. But I had no control over my body. I watched in helpless horror as my hand reached out, touching the edge of the opening. And then, nothing. The next thing I knew, I was gasping for air, my eyes flying open to see the worried faces of paramedics leaning over me. I was back in my kitchen, lying on the cold tile floor. My wife was there, crying and clutching my hand. They told me later that I'd had a massive stroke, that my heart had stopped for 15 minutes before they managed to revive me. 15 minutes. It had felt like an eternity in that other place. The doctors called it a near-death experience, tried to explain it away as hallucinations caused by lack of oxygen to my brain. But I know what I saw, what I felt. The memory of that cold fire, those judging eyes, the weight of my own failings. It's all still so vivid, so real. I've tried to talk about it, to make sense of what happened. But how do you explain something like that? How do you put into words an experience so far beyond normal human understanding? Most people look at me with pity or concern when I try, clearly thinking I'm confused or traumatized or just plain crazy. Maybe they're right. Maybe it was all just some kind of bizarre hallucination. But it doesn't feel that way. It feels like I was shown something real, something important. Since that day, I've found myself looking at my life differently. I'm more aware of my actions, of how they affect others. I try harder to be kind, to be honest, to be the best version of myself I can be. But at night, when I close my eyes, I can still see those skeletal trees, still feel the cold bite of that impossible fire, still sense those countless eyes, watching and judging. And I wonder, was it really just a dream? Or was I given a glimpse of something more? A warning, perhaps? Or a second chance? I don't have any answers. All I know is that the experience changed me, fundamentally and irrevocably. And no matter how much time passes, I don't think I'll ever fully shake the memory of that cold, burning forest and the truths it forced me to face. I've been a researcher in paranormal studies for over 2 decades, but nothing could have prepared me for the terrifying truth I uncovered about silence and its connection to hell. It all started innocently enough. I was conducting a study on the effects of sensory deprivation when I began noticing some strange patterns. At first, I dismissed the eerie sensations as simply side effects of prolonged silence. The whispers at the edge of hearing, the crawling feeling on my skin, the vague sense of dread. I chalked it all up to my mind playing tricks after being deprived of stimuli for so long. But as I dug deeper into historical accounts of silence and isolation, I started to see disturbing similarities. Monks who took vows of silence reported hellish visions. Prisoners kept in solitary confinement experienced horrifying hallucinations. Even in my own experiments, test subjects described increasingly nightmarish scenarios the longer they were left in silence. I became obsessed with understanding why silence seemed to open a door to such darkness. I pored over ancient texts, folklore, and religious writings looking for answers, and that's when I stumbled upon something chilling: references to silence as a barrier against demonic forces. The more I researched, the more convinced I became that there was a deep, metaphysical link between silence and protection from hell itself. But I needed proof beyond dusty old books and legends. I needed to experience it for myself. So I set up an experiment. For 1 week, I would eliminate all unnecessary noise from my life. No TV, no music, no idle chatter. Just the bare minimum of sound required to function. The first day was uneventful. If anything, the quiet felt peaceful after years of constant background noise. But on the second day, things took a dark turn. It started with whispers, barely audible murmurs that seemed to come from just behind me. When I turned to look, there was nothing there. Then came the shadows in my peripheral vision, always darting away when I tried to focus on them. By the third day, I was in a constant state of unease. The silence felt oppressive, like a physical weight pressing down on me. I caught glimpses of twisted, inhuman shapes reflected in windows and mirrors. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. I could almost make out words, but they were in no language I recognized. I nearly broke on the fourth day. The otherworldly presence was undeniable now. Clawed hands reached for me from darkened doorways. Glowing red eyes peered at me from shadowy corners. The whispers had become a cacophony of agonized screams and demonic laughter, but I forced myself to stay the course. This was the proof I had been seeking, as terrifying as it was. Silence was indeed opening a portal to something beyond our reality, and if silence could open that door, perhaps it could also close it. On the fifth day, I had my breakthrough. As I sat in my silent living room, shaking with fear at the horrors pressing in around me, I realized something crucial. I wasn't truly embracing silence. My mind was still filled with the noise of my own frantic thoughts, my racing heartbeat, my ragged breathing. With tremendous effort, I forced myself to calm down, to quiet not just my surroundings, but my very being. And in that moment of true, absolute silence, everything changed. The demonic presences vanished as if they had never been there. The whispers and screams cut off abruptly. I was left in a cocoon of peaceful quiet, more serene than anything I had ever experienced. I maintained that state of inner silence for the remaining 2 days of the experiment. The hellish manifestations never returned. Instead, I felt a profound sense of protection, as if the silence itself was shielding me from malevolent forces. When the week was up, I was forever changed. I now understood that what we think of as silence is often anything but. Our minds and our modern world are filled with constant noise, from the chatter of our thoughts to the endless pings of notifications on our devices. And that noise, I realized, is like a beacon to the denizens of hell. They are drawn to the chaos and discord of our cluttered minds. The ceaseless distractions of the digital age have left us more vulnerable than ever to their influence. True silence, not just external, but internal, is our greatest protection against these dark forces. It creates a barrier they cannot penetrate. In the stillness, we find strength and safety. I've spent the years since that experiment refining my understanding of what I call the silence theory. I've learned to cultivate inner quiet even in noisy environments. I've taught others to do the same, helping them find peace and protection from the encroaching darkness. But I'll never forget those terrifying days when I glimpsed the true nature of hell. The memory of those demonic entities still haunts me. Sometimes, In moments of weakness when my mind is turbulent, I can feel them lurking at the edges of my consciousness, waiting for a chance to break through. That's why I'm sharing my story now. People need to know the truth about the power of silence. In a world that's louder and more chaotic than ever, we must learn to find the quiet within ourselves. Our very souls may depend on it. I urge you all, turn off your devices, silence your thoughts, and embrace the stillness. You may be amazed at what you discover in the silence. Just be prepared. You may also catch a chilling glimpse of what lurks beyond it, waiting for a moment of noise and weakness to slip through. Stay quiet. Stay safe. The silence is our shield against the horrors of hell itself. It all started on what should have been just another boring Tuesday. I woke up feeling off, like something wasn't quite right, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I went through my usual morning routine, shower, coffee, quick breakfast, but the whole time there was this nagging sensation in the back of my mind, like I was forgetting something important. As I was heading out the door to work, I caught a glimpse of myself in the hallway mirror. For a split second, I didn't recognize my own reflection. The face staring back at me looked wrong somehow, distorted. But when I blinked and looked again, everything seemed normal. I chalked it up to being tired and rushed out the door. The weird feelings continued all morning at work. I kept zoning out during meetings, losing my train of thought mid-sentence. My coworkers gave me odd looks, but I brushed it off. By lunchtime, I had a pounding headache and decided to step out for some fresh air. As soon as I walked outside, the world seemed to shift and warp around me. The sky looked darker, more ominous. The air felt thick and oppressive, and the people on the street, their faces were blurred, indistinct, like I was seeing them through a hazy filter. I stumbled down the sidewalk in a daze, my head spinning. That's when I saw her, an old woman standing stock-still in the middle of the crowd. Unlike everyone else, her face was crystal clear. She was staring right at me with piercing black eyes that seemed to bore into my soul. As I watched in horror, her mouth stretched into an impossibly wide grin, revealing rows of sharp, pointed teeth. She raised a gnarled finger and beckoned me closer. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my feet moved of their own accord. I found myself walking towards her, heart pounding. When I was just a few feet away, she leaned in close and whispered in my ear, "No one truly escapes hell, my dear. We all leave a piece behind, and bring a piece back with us." A chill ran down my spine. Before I could respond, she vanished, simply blinked out of existence. I spun around wildly, searching for her, but she was gone without a trace. The world snapped back into focus, the oppressive atmosphere lifting. I stumbled back to my office in a daze, her words echoing in my mind. What did she mean? I'd never been to hell. Had I? The rest of the day passed in a blur. I could barely focus on my work, jumping at every little noise. That night, I tossed and turned for hours before finally falling into a fitful sleep. My dreams were a jumbled mess of fire and screaming and twisted demonic faces. I woke up in a cold sweat, sheets tangled around me. As the days passed, things only got stranger. I started having vivid flashes of memories that didn't feel like my own. Hellish visions of torture and suffering. Sometimes I'd zone out for hours at a time, coming back to myself with no idea where I'd been or what I'd been doing. My personality began to change too. I found myself snapping at friends and family for no reason. Dark, violent thoughts crept into my mind unbidden. It was like there was a presence inside me, slowly taking control. I tried to rationalize it away at first. Stress, lack of sleep. Maybe I was coming down with something. But deep down, I knew the truth. Something fundamental had changed inside me that day. Some vital piece of my soul had been ripped away and replaced with something else, something dark and malevolent. It's been months now, and I'm losing more of myself every day. The hellish visions are almost constant. I black out for days at a time, waking up in strange places with no memory of how I got there. My friends and family have all cut ties. They say I'm not the person they used to know. And the worst part? I'm starting to enjoy it. The darkness is seductive, whispering promises of power and pleasure. Part of me wants to give in completely, to let this new presence take over. But another part is terrified of what I'm becoming. I don't know how much longer I can fight this. I can feel my grip on reality slipping away more each day. If anyone out there has experienced something similar, please reach out. I need help before it's too late. Before whatever came back with me from hell consumes me completely. I'm scared of what I might do if I lose control entirely, of what this thing inside me is capable of. So I'm putting this out there as a warning. If you ever encounter someone like that old woman, run. Don't let them touch you. Don't let them speak to you. Because once that exchange is made, there's no going back. We all leave a piece in hell and bring a piece back with us. And that piece will destroy you from the inside out. I don't know what's real anymore. Am I going insane? Did I imagine that whole encounter? Or did I really make some kind of Faustian bargain without realizing it? All I know is that I'm not the same person I was before. There's a darkness inside me now, growing stronger every day. I catch glimpses of it sometimes in the mirror, a shadowy presence lurking behind my eyes. My reflection doesn't always match my movements anymore. I've tried seeking help, therapists, priests, even a couple of paranormal investigators. But no one believes me. They all think I'm having some kind of mental breakdown. Maybe they're right. God, I hope they're right. Because the alternative is too horrifying to contemplate. I've started keeping a journal, trying to document everything that's happening to me. But there are gaps, whole pages torn out or covered in scrawled symbols I don't remember writing. Sometimes I wake up to find my hands covered in dirt or blood, with no idea where it came from. The voices in my head are getting louder, more insistent. They whisper terrible things, urge me to do unspeakable acts. It's getting harder to resist them. I'm afraid to fall asleep at night, terrified of what I might do when I'm not in control. I've thought about ending it all, but I'm scared that might just send me back there permanently, back to whatever hellish realm I apparently visited without knowing. So I keep fighting, clinging to whatever scraps of my old self I can find. But I can feel myself slipping away more each day. The person I used to be is almost gone, replaced by this thing, this hollow shell filled with darkness and pain. If anyone out there is going through something similar, please reach out. Maybe together we can find a way to fight this, to reclaim the pieces of ourselves we left behind. And to anyone else reading this, be careful, be vigilant, because the barriers between worlds are thinner than we think, and there are things out there waiting in the shadows, eager to make a trade. To take a piece of your soul in exchange for a piece of hell. Once that exchange is made, there's no going back. Trust me, I know. I'm living proof of the devastating consequences. So please, learn from my mistake. Don't let your guard down, not even for a second. Because hell isn't just a place, it's a parasite. And once it gets inside you, it will consume everything you are, bit by bit, until there's nothing left but an empty husk filled with darkness. I don't know how much longer I can hold on, but I had to share my story in the desperate hope that it might save someone else from this fate. Remember, no one truly escapes hell. We all leave a piece behind and bring a piece back with us. God help us all. Our team consisted of myself, Sergeant Hernandez, our local interpreter Kareem, and 3 other soldiers. As we approached the village nestled high in the mountains, an eerie stillness enveloped us. No sounds of people or animals, just the whisper of wind through empty buildings. The first signs that something was terribly wrong hit us as soon as we entered the village. It looked like everyone had simply vanished in the middle of their daily routines. Half-eaten meals still sat on tables. Doors were left wide open. A child's doll lay abandoned in the dusty street. But there were no bodies, no signs of violence or struggle. The entire population had just disappeared. We split up to search the buildings, but found nothing but more evidence of lives suddenly interrupted. In one house, a pot of tea still sat on a burning stove. The teacups were out, as if waiting for someone to pour. It sent chills down my spine. As the sun began to set, an oppressive feeling of dread settled over us. Shadows seemed to stretch and move in unnatural ways. I could have sworn I saw shapes darting just at the edge of my vision, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there. That's when the sounds started. At first it was just whispers on the wind, so faint I thought I was imagining things. But soon the whispers grew louder, filling the air with an otherworldly chittering that set my teeth on edge. It didn't sound human. We regrouped in the village center, all of us on edge. Hernandez suggested we set up camp for the night and continue our search in the morning. None of us wanted to admit it, but the thought of stumbling around in the dark terrified us. As we unrolled our sleeping bags, Kareem pulled me aside with a grave expression. "There are rules here," he whispered urgently. "Ancient rules. If we want to survive the night, we must follow them." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What rules?" I asked. Kareem's eyes darted around nervously before he continued. "Never look beyond the mountain ridgeline after dark. Do not treat inhuman things as if they are human, and most importantly, never make eye contact with them." Before I could ask who or what them referred to, a blood-curdling scream split the night. We all leapt to our feet, weapons at the ready. It had come from the far side of the village. "Johnson and Miller with me," Hernandez barked. "The rest of you stay here and secure the perimeter." I wanted to tell them not to go, that we should stick together. But before I could open my mouth, they had disappeared into the darkness. The minutes crawled by like hours as we waited for them to return. The unnatural sounds grew louder, seeming to press in on us from all sides. Shapes moved in the shadows, just beyond the reach of our flashlights. Suddenly, Johnson came sprinting back into view, his face a mask of terror. "They took Miller," he gasped. "Oh God, the things I saw. We have to get out of here." But as we turned to flee, we realized with growing horror that the village had changed. Streets that should have led to the main road now looped back on themselves. Buildings had shifted position, creating a maddening maze. We were trapped. The rest of that night was a blur of terror and confusion. We'd turn a corner only to find ourselves back where we started. Ghostly figures would appear in windows, vanishing when we looked directly at them. The air itself felt alive, pressing down on us with malevolent intent. At some point, we got separated. I found myself alone in a narrow alley, my flashlight flickering weakly. That's when I heard it, a soft, childlike giggle behind me. Every instinct screamed at me not to turn around, to remember Kareem's warnings, but some morbid curiosity took hold. I slowly turned, my heart pounding. There, at the end of the alley, stood a small figure. It looked like a child at first glance, but as I raised my flashlight, I realized with dawning horror that it was something else entirely. Its proportions were all wrong, limbs too long and joints bent at impossible angles. And its face, dear God, its face. I don't remember much after that. When I came to, I was wandering in the foothills near our forward operating base, dehydrated and babbling incoherently. They told me I'd been missing for 3 days, though it felt like only hours had passed. The military conducted a thorough search of the area, but found no trace of the village or my missing team members. It was as if they had never existed. The official report chalked it up to insurgent activity and hallucinations brought on by stress and fatigue. But I know what I saw. Sometimes in my nightmares, I still hear those unearthly whispers and see those twisted, inhuman shapes moving in the darkness. And I wonder, what really happened to that village? And what's still out there, hiding in those remote mountain passes, waiting for unwary travelers to stumble upon its secrets? I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, most days I'm not sure I believe it myself. But I know one thing for certain. There are things in this world beyond our understanding, ancient and terrifying things. And sometimes, if we're not careful, we risk drawing their attention. So if you ever find yourself in a remote village that feels just a little too quiet, a little too empty, don't ignore that feeling in your gut telling you to run. And whatever you do, don't look back, because you never know what might be looking back at you. Our team of 6 set out at dawn, moving quietly through the dense foliage. The humidity was suffocating, and sweat dripped down my face as we pushed deeper into the jungle. I remember feeling on edge from the start. There was an eerie stillness in the air, like the forest was holding its breath. After hours of trekking, we came upon a large clearing that seemed to appear out of nowhere. The moment we stepped into it, I felt a chill run down my spine despite the oppressive heat. Something about this place felt wrong. The trees surrounding the clearing were twisted and gnarled in unnatural ways. Their branches reached out like grasping fingers, creating strange shadows on the ground. As we moved further in, I noticed bizarre patterns in the bark, swirls and whirls that almost looked like faces. "Anyone else getting a weird vibe from this place?" Johnson muttered, gripping his rifle tightly. I nodded in agreement, unable to shake the feeling we were being watched. That's when I saw it, a face, unmistakably human, protruding from one of the tree trunks. I blinked hard, certain I was seeing things. But when I looked again, it was still there, eyes closed, mouth slightly open, as if frozen mid-scream. "Holy shit," I breathed. "Guys, are you seeing this?" The others had noticed too. All around us, faces were emerging from the trees, some anguished, others eerily serene. They seemed to be forming right before our eyes, pushing out of the bark like a bizarre time-lapse video. Panic started to set in as we realized we were surrounded. I tried to radio for backup, but all I got was static. Our compasses were spinning wildly, and GPS devices showed nothing but gibberish. It was like we'd stepped into another world entirely. The local soldiers with us looked terrified, whispering to each other in rapid Tagalog. When I asked what was wrong, One of them turned to me with wide eyes. "We cannot leave," he said in halting English. "Not until we are chosen." "Chosen? What the hell does that mean?" Johnson demanded. The soldier just shook his head, refusing to say more. The faces in the trees were fully formed now, their eyes slowly opening to stare at us with an unsettling intensity. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like they could see right through me. We tried to leave the clearing, but every path we took somehow led us back to the center. It was as if the forest itself was shifting around us, trapping us in this nightmarish place. Hours passed, though it was impossible to tell how many. The light never changed, creating a sense of timelessness that only added to our growing fear and confusion. We took turns keeping watch, though sleep was out of the question, with those eyes constantly upon us. Johnson was the first to crack. After what felt like days of being trapped and scrutinized by the tree faces, he suddenly let out a primal scream and opened fire on the nearest trunk. The sound of gunfire was deafening in the unnatural silence of the clearing. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a high-pitched wail filled the air, not coming from the tree Johnson had shot, but seeming to emanate from everywhere at once. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, a sound of pure anguish and rage that made my bones vibrate. The ground began to tremble beneath our feet. To my horror, I saw the trees start to move, their trunks undulating like giant snakes. Branches lashed out, trying to grab us. We scrambled to avoid them, but they were everywhere. In the chaos, I lost sight of the others. Vines wrapped around my ankles, pulling me to the ground. As I struggled to free myself, I caught glimpses of my teammates being dragged into the writhing mass of trees. Their screams mixed with that otherworldly wailing, creating a cacophony of terror. I managed to cut myself free with my combat knife, stumbling to my feet. Through the thrashing foliage, I spotted a gap, a potential way out. Without thinking, I ran for it, ducking and weaving through the animated trees. Suddenly, I burst out of the clearing and found myself back in normal jungle. The sounds of chaos immediately cut off, replaced by the usual buzz of insects and bird calls. I spun around, expecting to see the nightmarish scene I'd just escaped, but there was nothing, just more trees and undergrowth. Disoriented and gasping for breath, I tried to make sense of what had just happened. Had I imagined it all? But no, my uniform was torn, and I had scratches from the vines that had tried to ensnare me. I called out for my team, but got no response. My radio crackled to life, picking up chatter from the base. According to them, we'd only been out of contact for a few hours. How was that possible? As I made my way back to base, my mind raced. What had we stumbled upon in that clearing? What happened to the others? The questions haunted me, but I knew I'd likely never get answers. When I reported what had happened, I could tell no one believed me. They searched the area where I said the clearing had been, but found nothing unusual. The other members of my team were listed as MIA, presumed dead. Years have passed, and I've never been able to explain or forget what I experienced that day. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, feeling those eyes upon me again. And every time I see a gnarled old tree, I can't help but look closely at the bark, half expecting to see a face forming there. I don't know if it was some kind of mass hallucination, a paranormal encounter, or something beyond human understanding. All I know is that somewhere in the jungles of the Philippines, there's a place where reality bends and the forest itself comes alive. And if you find yourself there, pray that you're among those chosen to leave. I was on watch with Larson, scanning the horizon for any signs of suspicious vessels. The sea was unusually calm that night, almost glassy. There was a full moon, casting an eerie glow across the water. Around 2 a.m., I noticed something odd in the distance, a disturbance in the water that seemed too large to be a ship. "Hey, Larson, you see that?" I called out, pointing to the anomaly. He squinted into the darkness. "What the hell is that?" As we watched, transfixed, an enormous shape began to emerge from beneath the waves. At first I thought it must be a whale breaching, but this thing just kept rising and rising out of the sea. It was massive, bigger than any living creature I'd ever seen or heard of, the size of a skyscraper easily. My heart started racing as I tried to process what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of hallucination or optical illusion, but Larson was seeing it too. "Holy shit," he whispered. "We need to alert the captain." But before either of us could move, the thing turned toward our ship. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as I realized it was aware of us. It began gliding through the water in our direction with surprising speed and grace for something so enormous. I fumbled for the radio, my hands shaking. "Bridge, this is Port Watch. We have a situation out here. There's some kind of massive creature approaching the ship. I know this sounds crazy, but you need to come see this now." There was a long pause before I got a confused reply from the bridge. By now, other crew members were emerging on deck, alerted by the commotion. Everyone froze as they caught sight of the thing bearing down on us. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before. Vaguely humanoid in shape, but with strange luminescent patches glowing beneath the surface of its skin. Its head alone must have been the size of our entire ship. As it got closer, I could make out huge eyes, each one bigger than a car, studying us intently. The temperature plummeted, dropping so fast I could see my breath clouding in front of me. Frost began forming on the deck railings. Several of the younger sailors started panicking, shouting about sea monsters and the end times. I couldn't blame them. I was on the verge of losing it myself. The giant entity circled our ship, staying about 100 yards out, close enough that we could clearly see its alien features, but not so close as to capsize us with its wake. It made no aggressive moves, just observed us with those massive, unknowable eyes. That's when things got even weirder. I noticed some of the crew seemed to be in some kind of trance. Their eyes were glazed over, and they started walking robotically toward the railings, as if planning to jump overboard. We had to physically restrain them to keep them from leaping into the freezing water. I tried to radio for help, but all of our communication systems were dead. Not even emergency channels were working. We were completely cut off. For hours, that thing circled us. Nobody dared move or speak above a whisper. The bone-chilling cold seeped into my very core. I've never felt so small and helpless in my life. Here we were, a state-of-the-art naval vessel with enough firepower to level a city, completely at the mercy of this incomprehensible leviathan. As the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, the creature finally sank back beneath the waves. It happened so fast. 1 minute it was there, dominating the horizon, and the next it had vanished without a trace. The temperature slowly began to rise back to normal. We all stood there in shock, unable to fully process what we'd just experienced. Larson broke the silence. "Tell me you all saw that too. Tell me I'm not going insane." There were shaky nods all around. This was no mass hallucination. Whatever that thing was, it had been real. As soon as our comms came back online, we radioed for support and medical evac. Several crew members were suffering from hypothermia and shock. When we got back to base, we were all thoroughly debriefed and sworn to secrecy. They ran us through a battery of psychological and medical tests. To this day, I have no explanation for what we encountered out there. Nothing in any of our scientific records can account for a sea creature of that size. The officials tried to dismiss it as some kind of shared delusion brought on by stress and isolation. But I know what I saw. That thing was real, and it was intelligent. Sometimes I still wake up in a cold sweat, those enormous eyes haunting my dreams. I can't shake the feeling that we glimpsed something ancient and powerful out there, something that was never meant for human eyes, and I wonder, with a shiver of dread, if we'll ever see it again. I've tried to move on with my life since that night, but a part of me is always looking out at the ocean, watching for any signs of disturbance in the waves, because now I know what's really out there, lurking in the depths, and I'll never feel truly safe on the water again. The experience changed me profoundly. I find myself drawn to books on marine biology and deep-sea exploration, searching for any clues about what we might have encountered. But nothing I've found comes close to explaining it. I've connected online with others who claim to have had similar encounters in remote parts of the ocean. Most people dismiss them as crazies or attention seekers, but I know better now. There are things out there beyond our comprehension. Sometimes I wonder if we were meant to see it, if it revealed itself to us intentionally, and if so, why? Was it a warning, a test, or simply curiosity about the strange creatures sailing across its domain? I'll probably never know the truth, but I do know that I'll carry the memory of that night with me forever. The night I came face to face with something truly alien, right here on Earth. The night I realized how little we really know about the world around us, and how vulnerable we truly are. If you're reading this, you probably think I'm making it all up. I wish I was, but I swear on everything I hold dear, this is the absolute truth. I don't expect you to believe me. I'm not sure I would believe it myself if I hadn't lived through it. All I can say is, the next time you're out on the open ocean, take a good long look into those dark waters and ask yourself, what's really down there, watching us from below? It was supposed to be a routine reconnaissance mission. Intel had reported some unusual disappearances of soldiers in the area, so Davis and I were sent to investigate. We'd been partners on dozens of ops before, watching each other's backs. I trusted him with my life. If only I'd known it would be the last mission we'd ever go on together. We arrived at the village just as dusk was settling in. The place seemed deserted. No lights in the windows, no people on the streets. An eerie silence hung in the air. I remember getting an uneasy feeling in my gut, like we were being watched from the shadows. "I don't like this," Davis muttered, echoing my thoughts. "Let's do a quick sweep and get out of here." We split up to cover more ground, staying in radio contact. I was checking out an abandoned farmhouse on the outskirts when Davis's voice crackled over the comm. "Holy shit! You need to see this. Northeast corner of the village square." I sprinted over, my heart pounding. When I rounded the corner, I stopped dead in my tracks. There, sprawled in the middle of the square, was the body of a soldier. But this was no ordinary casualty of war. The corpse was shriveled and desiccated, like all the moisture had been sucked out. The skin was pulled tight over the bones, giving it a mummified appearance. But the worst part was the expression of pure terror frozen on its face. "What the hell could have done this?" I whispered. Before Davis could respond, a blood-curdling shriek split the air. We spun around, weapons raised, and that's when I saw it. A creature unlike anything I've ever encountered before or since. It was vaguely humanoid in shape, but there was nothing human about it. Its limbs were unnaturally long and spindly, joints bending at odd angles. The skin was a sickly grayish-white and appeared almost translucent, with a network of dark veins visible underneath. But its eyes, God, those eyes! They glowed an angry crimson in the fading light, filled with a primal hunger that chilled me to my core. For a split second, we all stood frozen, Davis and I paralyzed with shock, the creature sizing us up. Then it moved with terrifying speed, lunging straight for Davis. He managed to get off a few shots, but they didn't even slow it down. Before I could react, it was on him. I'll never forget the horrible sounds, Davis's agonized screams mixing with the creature's inhuman shrieks as it sank its teeth into his neck. I unloaded my entire clip into the thing, finally managing to tear it off of him. It retreated into the shadows with an unearthly howl. I rushed to Davis's side, my hands shaking as I tried to stem the flow of blood from his neck. "Hang in there, buddy. I've got you," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. But as I looked into his eyes, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A hint of that same crimson glow I'd seen in the creature's eyes. "Oh, God, what's happening to me?" Davis gasped. I could only watch in horror as the wound on his neck started to close before my eyes, the skin knitting together unnaturally fast. "We need to get you out of here," I said, trying to haul him to his feet. But he pushed me away with surprising strength. "No, you can't. It's not safe. I can feel it, changing me. You have to end this, before I become like that thing." I shook my head vehemently. "No way. I'm not leaving you behind. We'll figure this out." But deep down, I was terrified. I'd never seen anything like this before. What if there was no cure? What if Davis was right and he was turning into one of those creatures? We managed to barricade ourselves in an old church for the night. I tried to radio for extraction, but all I got was static. We were on our own. I stayed up all night, watching over Davis as the transformation progressed. His skin grew paler by the hour, taking on that same translucent quality. The veins under his skin darkened and became more prominent. But the worst was his eyes. That red glow got brighter and brighter. He was in agony the whole time, his body contorting as bones and muscles shifted. I did what I could to comfort him, but it felt so inadequate. This was my partner, my friend, and I was powerless to help him. As dawn approached, Davis grabbed my arm with surprising strength. When he spoke, his voice was barely recognizable. "It's almost time. You know what you have to do." I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. "I can't. Don't ask me to do this." He fixed me with those glowing red eyes. "Please. I don't want to become one of those things. Don't let me hurt anyone else." Deep down, I knew he was right. The Davis I knew was slipping away with each passing moment. Soon, there would be nothing left but the monster. As the first rays of sunlight started to peek through the windows, I made my decision. I gathered every bit of flammable material I could find. Old hymn books, wooden pews, anything that would burn. I piled it all around Davis. "I'm so sorry," I whispered, striking a match with trembling hands. The flames spread quickly. I stumbled out of the church, the heat searing my back. Davis's agonized screams soon turned into inhuman shrieks, then faded to silence. I collapsed to my knees in the village square, watching the church burn as the sun rose over the mountains. I don't know how long I sat there. Eventually, a rescue team found me. I gave them some bullshit story about a mission gone wrong, an accidental fire. I couldn't bring myself to tell them the truth. Who would believe me anyway? To this day, I don't know what that creature was or where it came from. Sometimes I wonder if there are more of them out there, hiding in the shadows of remote villages. The thought keeps me up at night. I've replayed that night in my head 1,000 times, wondering if there was anything I could have done differently. But deep down, I know I made the only choice I could. I just wish it didn't haunt me so much. So that's my story. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, sometimes I'm not sure I believe it myself. But I know what I saw that night in Romania. And I'll never forget the sound of those inhuman shrieks echoing through the village, or the sight of my best friend transforming into something monstrous before my eyes. If you're ever in that part of Romania, do yourself a favor and stay far away from any deserted villages. Some things are better left undisturbed, and some mysteries are better left unsolved. It was supposed to be a routine patrol. Just another day, keeping the peace in the Balkans. There were 5 of us, me, Lopez, Bishop, Martinez, and Jackson. We'd been working together for months, and I trusted these guys with my life. The morning started off normal enough. We loaded up our gear and headed out into the surrounding forests. The air was crisp and cool, and a light fog hung between the trees. Everything seemed calm and quiet. About 2 hours into our patrol, we came across something that made my blood run cold. There in a small clearing lay the mangled carcass of a deer. And I mean mangled. This thing had been torn apart, its innards strewn across the forest floor. The kill was fresh too. Steam still rose from the exposed flesh. "Jesus Christ," Martinez muttered, his face going pale. I'd seen plenty of animal kills before, but this was different. The sheer savagery of it was unsettling. Whatever did this wasn't just hunting for food. "We should report this," Bishop said, already reaching for his radio. But before he could make the call, we heard it. A low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from all around us. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. "Form up," I barked, raising my rifle. The others followed suit, moving into a defensive circle. For a few tense seconds, there was only silence. Then all hell broke loose. It came bursting out of the underbrush like a freight train, a massive snarling beast that was on us before we could even react. In the chaos, I caught glimpses of matted gray fur, razor-sharp claws, and teeth like daggers. The thing went straight for Bishop. He managed to get off a few shots, but they didn't even slow it down. With horrifying strength, it clamped its jaws around Bishop's midsection and started shaking him like a rag doll. We all opened fire, the sound of our weapons deafening in the confined space, but our bullets seemed to have little effect. The beast dropped Bishop and turned its attention to the rest of us. What happened next is still a blur. We scattered, trying to avoid those snapping jaws and slashing claws. I remember the hot stench of its breath, the thunderous sound of its growls. This thing was fast, inhumanly fast. It was all we could do to stay alive. I emptied my magazine into the creature's flank, but it barely flinched. As I fumbled to reload, it lunged at me. I thought for sure I was done for. But then Lopez was there, thrusting something into the beast's side. It let out an ear-splitting howl of pain and reared back. That's when I saw what Lopez was holding, a silver dagger he'd picked up at some market a few weeks back. The creature's reaction to the silver was immediate and intense. It thrashed and howled, black blood oozing from the wound. Taking advantage of its distraction, we all opened fire again. This time our bullets seemed to find purchase. With a final bone-chilling roar, the beast collapsed. Its massive form twitched a few times, then went still. For a long moment, we all just stood there, panting and shell-shocked. The silence that followed was deafening. "What the fuck was that thing?" Jackson finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. None of us had an answer. It looked like a wolf, but it was far too big, easily the size of a bear, and no normal animal could have shrugged off that much gunfire. A pained groan snapped us back to reality. Bishop! In the heat of the battle, I'd almost forgotten about him. We rushed to his side, but it was clear he was in bad shape. His torso was a mess of blood and torn flesh. "Hang in there, buddy," I said, applying pressure to the worst of the wounds. "We're going to get you out of here." But even as I said it, I knew it was hopeless. Bishop's eyes were already growing dim. He looked at each of us in turn, then whispered something I'll never forget. It wasn't supposed to be real. Those were his last words. He was gone before the medevac chopper arrived. The next few hours passed in a blur of debriefings and medical exams. We told our story over and over, but I could see the disbelief in our superiors' eyes. Hell, I could hardly believe it myself. When we returned to the site with a larger team, the creature's body was gone, just vanished, with only some blood-soaked leaves to show it had ever been there. Bishop's body and our spent shell casings were the only proof that anything had happened at all. The official report cited a bear attack. We were ordered not to discuss the incident with anyone. Part of me was relieved. Who would believe us anyway? But mostly, I felt frustrated and confused. What really happened out there? In the years since, I've gone over that day countless times in my head. I've researched folklore and cryptozoology, trying to make sense of what we encountered. Was it some kind of mutant wolf? A creature from Bosnian legend come to life? Or something else entirely? I still don't have answers. All I know is that something impossible happened in those woods, something that defies explanation and haunts my dreams to this day. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I swear I can still hear that unearthly howl echoing in the distance. And I wonder, are there more of those things out there, just waiting in the shadows, ready to remind us that the world is far stranger and more dangerous than we ever imagined? I don't know if I'll ever fully come to terms with what happened, but I do know this. I'll never look at the wilderness the same way again, and I'll always keep a silver blade close at hand, just in case. It started about a month after I got back home. I was struggling to readjust to civilian life, dealing with nightmares and insomnia most nights. But this was different. I woke up in the middle of the night, completely paralyzed. I couldn't move a muscle, couldn't even open my eyes, and that's when I felt it, a presence in the room. At first, I thought it was just sleep paralysis. I'd heard about it before, how your mind can play tricks on you. But then I managed to crack my eyes open, and I saw it. A figure standing at the foot of my bed, tall, unnaturally thin, with skin as red as blood. Its face. God, its face. It was like something out of a nightmare. Distorted features, pitch-black eyes, and a mouthful of jagged teeth stretched into a horrifying grin. I tried to scream, to move, to do anything, but I was completely frozen. The thing just stood there, staring at me. I could feel its gaze boring into me, like it was looking straight into my soul. After what felt like hours, it slowly faded away, and I could move again. I shot up in bed, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I convinced myself it was just a dream, a result of the PTSD and lack of sleep. But it happened again the next night. and the night after that. Each time the entity would appear, sometimes standing silently, other times whispering things I couldn't understand. The paralysis would last longer, and I'd wake up feeling drained, like something had sucked the life out of me. During the day, strange things started happening. Objects would move on their own. Doors would slam shut for no reason. Once, I found all the pictures in my apartment turned face down. But the worst was the constant feeling of being watched. I'd catch glimpses of a red face in reflections, or see a shadow dart across the room out of the corner of my eye. I was losing my mind. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. My friends started to notice something was off, but how could I explain what was happening? They'd think I was crazy. Hell, I thought I was going crazy. One night, about 2 weeks in, things escalated. I woke up to find the entity looming over me, its face inches from mine. I could smell its breath, like rotting flesh and sulfur. It reached out a long, clawed hand and touched my chest. The pain was excruciating, like it was trying to rip my heart out. I managed to break free of the paralysis and scrambled out of bed, turning on every light in the apartment. When I looked in the mirror, there were 3 long red scratches across my chest. That's when I knew I needed help. I'm not a particularly religious person, but I was desperate. The next day, I went to a local church and asked to speak with a priest. That's how I met Father O'Connell. He was an older man, with kind eyes and a calming presence. When I told him what was happening, I expected him to think I was insane. But he listened patiently, nodding as I described the entity and the experiences I'd been having. "What you're describing," he said gravely, "sounds like a demonic entity, one that's latched onto you, feeding off your fear and trauma." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Demons? It sounded crazy, but after everything I'd seen, I was willing to believe anything. Father O'Connell agreed to help me. He came to my apartment that night, armed with holy water, a crucifix, and a determination I hadn't expected from a man his age. We set up in my bedroom, where the entity had appeared most often. As night fell, the temperature in the room dropped dramatically. The lights flickered, and that familiar sense of dread washed over me. Father O'Connell began to pray, his voice steady and strong. At first, nothing happened. Then, suddenly, every object in the room began to shake violently. The entity appeared, more solid and terrifying than ever before. Its red face contorted in rage as it let out an inhuman shriek that made my ears ring. Father O'Connell's prayers grew louder, more intense. The demon lunged at him, but he held up the crucifix, and it recoiled as if burned. What happened next is still a blur. The room was filled with a whirlwind of objects flying through the air. The walls seemed to bleed, and that awful smell of rot and sulfur filled the air. I remember Father O'Connell shouting prayers in Latin, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of noise. The entity writhed and screamed, its form shifting and twisting in impossible ways. It felt like the air itself was being torn apart. Just when I thought I couldn't take any more, there was a blinding flash of light and a deafening boom. Then, silence. The entity was gone. The room was a disaster, but that oppressive presence had vanished. Father O'Connell slumped to the floor, exhausted but triumphant. We'd done it. The demon was banished. As we sat there, catching our breath, Father O'Connell turned to me with a serious expression. "The entity is gone," he said, "but you must understand. These things are attracted to guilt, to unresolved trauma. Your experiences in the war, they made you vulnerable." He advised me to seek help, to deal with the memories and emotions I'd been suppressing, and he warned me to stay vigilant. "Evil doesn't give up easily," he said. "It may try to find another way in." It's been years since that night, and I haven't seen the red-faced entity again. But sometimes, in the darkest hours of the night, I still feel like something's watching me. I've been working through my trauma, trying to find peace with what I experienced in the war. It's a slow process, but I'm getting there. I don't know if anyone will believe this story. Hell, there are days I have trouble believing it myself. But I know what I saw, what I experienced, and I know that there are things in this world that we can't explain, forces beyond our understanding. If you're reading this and experiencing something similar, don't wait as long as I did to seek help. And remember, the real demons aren't always the ones we can see. Sometimes they're the ones we carry inside us. The interview was weird, to say the least. The office was in this rundown building on the outskirts of town. When I walked in, there was just one guy there. Older fellow, balding, with these intense eyes that seemed to stare right through me. He barely asked me any questions about my experience. Instead, he just laid out a bunch of strange rules I'd have to follow on the job. "Never use the front door when entering a property," he said in this gravelly voice. "Always go around back, even if you have to hop a fence. Don't investigate any odd noises you hear. If a client tries to talk to you, keep the conversation to a minimum. And most importantly, complete the job no matter what." I nodded along, figuring it was just some company policy stuff. The pay was good and I was desperate, so I didn't ask too many questions. Looking back, I really wish I had. My first assignment came a couple days later. It was this old Victorian house on the edge of town. You know the type, all boarded up windows and overgrown yard. As I pulled up, I got this weird feeling in the pit of my stomach. Something just felt off about the place. But I pushed that aside and grabbed my gear from the truck. Following the rules, I went around back to enter. The back door was unlocked, which struck me as odd for an abandoned house. As soon as I stepped inside, the air felt heavy, like there was this oppressive weight pressing down on me. The floorboards creaked with every step I took. I started my usual inspection routine, checking for signs of pests. But things just kept getting stranger. I'd open a door to a room, then turn around, and the door would be gone. Just a blank wall where it had been. I heard scratching noises coming from inside the walls, but when I put my ear up to listen closer, it would suddenly stop. In one of the upstairs bedrooms, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There was this ancient-looking armchair facing away from the door, and I swear I saw something sitting in it, but it wasn't human. Just for a split second, I glimpsed this, twisted shape. Emaciated limbs bent at impossible angles. But when I blinked, it was gone. I told myself I was just seeing things, that the dim light was playing tricks on my eyes. But then I noticed these holes in the walls. Except they weren't normal holes. They were pulsing. Actually pulsing, like they were breathing. I reached out to touch one and my hand came away covered in this black, oily substance. That's when I heard it, this low, guttural growl coming from somewhere in the house. Every instinct told me to get the hell out of there. But I remembered the boss's words, complete the job no matter what. So against my better judgment, I pressed on. In the basement, I found a hidden trapdoor leading to some kind of underground tunnel. The smell coming from it was putrid, like rotting meat, but I had to check it out. It could have been the source of an infestation. As I descended the rickety ladder, the darkness seemed to close in around me. My flashlight barely penetrated the gloom. That's when I saw them. These things scuttling along the walls. They were like no insect I'd ever seen before. Multiple legs, way too many eyes, and these pincers that clicked menacingly. I fumbled for my sprayer, but as soon as the light hit them, they scattered. Then I heard that growl again, much closer this time. I swung my flashlight around and caught a glimpse of something massive moving in the shadows. Whatever it was coming straight for me. I scrambled back up the ladder as fast as I could, slamming the trap door shut behind me. I could hear it pounding from the other side as I raced up the basement stairs. My heart was racing, sweat pouring down my face. As I ran for the back door, I swear the house itself was trying to stop me. Doorways would disappear as I approached them. The hallway seemed to stretch on endlessly. But finally, I burst out into the open air, not stopping until I reached my truck. I sat there for a long time, trying to process what had just happened. Part of me wanted to chalk it all up to an overactive imagination. But I knew what I'd seen was real. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those pulsing holes, those skittering creatures. I kept hearing that growl echoing in my head. By morning, I'd made up my mind. I had to go back and finish the job, not because of some stupid company rule, but because whatever was in that house needed to be destroyed. I stopped at a gas station on the way and filled up several canisters. When I got to the house, I didn't bother with any inspection this time. I just started dousing everything in gasoline, the walls, the floors, the furniture. The whole time, I could feel eyes watching me from the shadows. As I worked my way through the house, things got weirder. The temperature dropped dramatically. Objects would move when I wasn't looking. At one point, I swear I heard an old woman's voice whispering, "Please, don't do this." But when I turned around, no one was there. Finally, I made my way down to that basement tunnel. I poured the last of the gas down there, my hands shaking the whole time. Then I lit a match and tossed it in. The fire spread faster than I expected. Within seconds, the whole place was engulfed in flames. As I ran out, I heard an inhuman shriek of rage coming from deep within the house. The ground shook beneath my feet. I watched from across the street as the old Victorian burned to the ground. Black smoke poured from the windows, and I swear I could see shapes writhing in the flames. It took hours for the fire department to get the blaze under control. By the time they did, there was nothing left but a smoldering foundation. The next day, I went back to that dingy office and handed in my resignation. The old man just nodded, like he'd been expecting it. "You did good work," he said, "but this job isn't for everyone." I've tried to put that experience behind me, but I can't shake the feeling that it's not over. Sometimes at night, I still hear that growl in the distance, and every now and then, I'll catch a glimpse of something skittering in the corner of my eye. I don't know what was in that house or why that company sent me there, but I do know one thing. There are things in this world that we're not meant to understand, and sometimes it's better to walk away than to dig too deep. I walked into Westbrook High, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness for my first day as the new English teacher. The halls were bustling with students, but something felt off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was an eerie stillness underneath all the typical high school chaos. When I reached the main office to check in, the secretary handed me a sealed envelope along with my room assignment, 302. Her expression was oddly blank as she told me, "Make sure to read the contents carefully before entering the classroom, Mr. Lee." I nodded, figuring it was just some new teacher orientation stuff. As I made my way to room 302, the hallways grew quieter. By the time I reached the third floor, it was dead silent. No students, no other teachers, nothing. Just the sound of my footsteps echoing off the lockers. I hesitated outside the closed door of 302, an inexplicable sense of dread washing over me. Shaking it off, I opened the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper with 8 typed rules. 1. Do not allow students to sit next to each other. Keep at least one empty desk between them at all times. 2. Ignore any sounds coming from beneath the floorboards. Do not acknowledge them or investigate. 3. The clock above the door must not be looked at between 10:17 a.m. and 10:23 a.m. 4. If a student offers you any handmade object, politely refuse. Do not touch it under any circumstances. 5. Should the room fall completely silent, do not speak or make any noise for exactly 30 seconds. 6. Keep the blinds closed at all times. Do not look out the windows. 7. If you notice a student missing, do not mention it or mark them absent. 8. Leave the room promptly at 3:15 p.m. Do not stay late for any reason. I read through the list twice, my confusion growing. What kind of weird prank was this? But something about the precise, formal tone made me hesitate to disregard it completely. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the door to 302. The students were already seated, spaced out exactly as the first rule dictated. Their eyes snapped to me in perfect unison as I entered. The silence was oppressive. "Good morning, class," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm Mr. Lee, your new English teacher." No one responded. They just stared, unblinking. I cleared my throat awkwardly and moved to the desk, setting down my bag. "Well, let's start by taking attendance, shall we?" As I began calling out names, the students responded with robotic hears, their gazes never wavering. It was deeply unsettling. About halfway through the list, I called out, "Emily Thompson?" There was a beat of silence, then several students shifted uncomfortably in their seats. I was about to mark her absent when I remembered rule number 7. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I continued on as if nothing was amiss, but my mind was racing. What the hell was going on here? The morning dragged on in a haze of increasingly bizarre occurrences. At one point, I distinctly heard scratching noises coming from beneath the floorboards. Following rule number 2, I forced myself to ignore it, even as some of the students' eyes darted nervously to the floor. Just before 10:17, I found myself compulsively checking the clock. As the second hand ticked closer, an overwhelming urge to keep watching came over me. At the last second, I tore my eyes away, focusing intently on the blackboard until 10:23 had safely passed. Around 11:30, a small girl in the front row, Annie, I think her name was, raised her hand. When I called on her, she wordlessly held out what looked like a crudely made rag doll. I opened my mouth to ask what it was, then snapped it shut as I remembered rule number 4. "No, thank you, Annie," I said as gently as I could. Her face fell, and she clutched the doll to her chest protectively. I could have sworn I heard it whimper. Just after lunch, the room suddenly went deathly quiet. Not just the students, all ambient noise ceased. No shuffling papers, no creaking chairs, nothing. Remembering rule number 5, I froze in place, not daring to even breathe. The silence pressed in on me like a physical weight. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably exactly 30 seconds, sound rushed back into the room. I let out a shaky breath, my heart pounding. By the time 3:15 rolled around, I was a nervous wreck. I practically bolted for the door, calling out a hasty, "See you tomorrow," over my shoulder. As I turned to close the door behind me, I caught a glimpse of Annie. She was smiling now, but it wasn't a child's smile. It was knowing, almost predatory. I shuddered and slammed the door shut. That night I barely slept. I kept replaying the day's events in my mind, trying to make sense of it all. Part of me wanted to just quit, to never set foot in that school again. But a larger part was morbidly curious. I needed answers. The next morning, I arrived early, determined to get to the bottom of things. But as soon as I stepped into room 302, I knew something was different. Wrong. The students were all there, seated just as they had been yesterday, all except one. The desk where Annie had sat was empty. My blood ran cold as I remembered rule number 7. I opened my mouth to ask where she was, then clamped it shut. The other students were watching me intently, almost expectantly. I forced myself to begin the lesson as if nothing was amiss. But I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. Where was Annie? What had happened to her? As the morning wore on, I found myself struggling to focus. The scratching beneath the floorboards seemed louder today, more insistent. I caught myself glancing at the clock more frequently, narrowly avoiding looking at it during the forbidden time. Just before lunch, I made a critical error. Lost in thought, I absent-mindedly began straightening the desks. It wasn't until I had pushed 2 of them together that I realized what I'd done. I'd broken rule number 1. The change in the room was immediate and terrifying. The temperature plummeted, my breath visible in front of me. The lights flickered ominously, and the students, their heads swiveled towards me in perfect unison, eyes now pitch black and soulless. They stood as one, moving towards me with unnatural grace. I stumbled backwards, my back hitting the wall. "I'm sorry," I stammered. "It was an accident. I didn't mean—" My words were cut off as an invisible force slammed into me, pinning me in place. I couldn't move, couldn't even blink. The students formed a circle around me, their faces masks of cold fury. From behind them, a small figure emerged. Annie. But she looked different, older somehow, and far more sinister. In her hands was the rag doll she'd tried to give me yesterday, but now I could see that it bore a crude resemblance to me. "You broke the rules, Mr. Lee," Annie said, her voice echoing strangely. "Now you have to stay, forever." She began to chant in a language I didn't recognize, the other students joining in. The doll in her hands started to glow, and I felt a tugging sensation in my chest. It was as if my very essence was being pulled into that horrible little doll. I tried to scream, to fight against whatever was happening, but it was useless. The world around me began to fade, replaced by an all-encompassing darkness. The last thing I saw was Annie's triumphant smile as she placed the doll on my desk. And then, nothing. I'm not sure how long I was gone. Time doesn't work the same way here, in this strange in-between place. But eventually, I found myself back in room 302. Only now, I wasn't really there. Not physically, at least. I watch as a new teacher enters the room, looking nervous but excited. I see the confusion on his face as he reads the rules. I want to warn him, to tell him to run far away from this cursed place. But I can't. I'm just a silent observer now, trapped in this nightmarish loop. The students file in, taking their assigned seats. I notice with a pang that there's a new girl sitting in Annie's old desk. The cycle begins anew. I don't know if I'll ever escape this place. All I can do is watch and wait, hoping that someday someone will break the cycle. But until then, I remain here. A permanent fixture in room 302, bound by rules I never understood and doomed to witness their enforcement for eternity. If you're reading this, please, whatever you do, stay away from Westbrook High. And if you find yourself assigned to room 302, run. Run as fast and as far as you can, before it's too late. The night I arrived for my first shift, the police chief greeted me with bloodshot eyes and a grim expression. He handed me a folded piece of paper and said gruffly, "Follow these rules to the letter between midnight and 3:33 a.m. Your life may depend on it." I laughed nervously, thinking it was some kind of joke or hazing ritual for the new guy. But the chief's face remained deadly serious. I unfolded the paper and skimmed the bizarre list of rules. 1. Do not exit your patrol car for any reason. 2. Do not respond to knocks on the windows. 3. Avoid direct eye contact with any unusual figures. 4. Never answer the radio after 3:33 a.m. You can't be serious, I chuckled, but the chief just shook his head slowly and walked away without another word. As I settled into the driver's seat of my patrol car that first night, an uneasy feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. The clock on the dashboard ticked closer to midnight as I cruised the empty streets. Everything seemed normal at first, just your typical sleepy small town after dark. But as the witching hour struck, the atmosphere shifted. The air grew heavy and oppressive, like the calm before a storm. An unnatural fog began creeping in from the shadows. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my palms growing sweaty. That's when I saw it in my rearview mirror, a ghostly old car, maybe from the 1950s, gliding silently down the street behind me. Its headlights glowed with an eerie blue tinge. My heart started racing as it drew closer and closer. I sped up, but the phantom vehicle matched my pace effortlessly. I turned down a side street, hoping to lose it. But when I checked my mirror again, the spectral car was right on my tail. In a panic, I violently swerved onto another road. The tires squealed as I fishtailed around the corner. For a moment, I thought I'd escaped. But then movement in the rearview mirror caught my eye. A pale, gaunt face was peering out from the back seat of the ghost car. Its sunken eyes locked onto mine. A chill ran down my spine. I slammed on the gas, heart pounding. But no matter how fast I drove, the phantom car kept pace, that horrifying face always visible in my mirror. This cat-and-mouse chase continued for what felt like hours. I was on the verge of hysteria when the clock finally struck 3:33 a.m. In an instant, the ghostly vehicle and its ghoulish passenger vanished into thin air. I sat there trembling, trying to catch my breath and process what I'd just experienced. It had to be some kind of hallucination, right? Sleep deprivation playing tricks on my mind. But deep down, I knew it was real. The next night, I seriously considered calling in sick, but I couldn't bring myself to quit after just one shift. So I reluctantly climbed back into the patrol car, praying the previous night had been a fluke. No such luck. As midnight approached, that same oppressive atmosphere descended. But this time, no ghostly car appeared. Instead, something started tapping on my window. Tap, tap, tap. So faint at first, I thought I was imagining it. But the tapping grew louder and more insistent. Tap, tap, tap. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the road ahead. But the sound was maddening. Tap, tap, tap. Then a voice, my voice, started calling my name from outside the car. Daniel, Daniel, let me in, Daniel. My skin crawled. What kind of sick mind game was this? I clenched my jaw and kept driving, fighting the urge to look. The tapping and voices continued for hours, growing more frantic. Hands started slamming against the windows and roof. The entire car shook. I was on the verge of breaking down when 3:33 a.m. mercifully arrived. Once again, everything stopped in an instant. I barely slept that day, dreading what the third night would bring. but I forced myself to go in. I had to see this through, to understand what was happening in this town. That final night was the worst by far. As midnight struck, my radio crackled to life. A familiar voice came through the static, my father's voice, but that was impossible. He had died in a car accident 6 years ago. "Danny boy, is that you?" the voice said. "I've missed you, son. Why don't you come down to the old fishing spot? We can catch up, just like old times." Tears welled in my eyes. It sounded exactly like him. Every fiber of my being wanted to answer, to hear his voice again. My hand hovered over the radio, but I remembered the rules. Don't answer after 3:33. "Come on, Danny. Don't you want to see your old man?" the voice urged. "I know you miss me. Just drive down to the river. No one has to know." I white-knuckled the steering wheel, willing myself not to respond. For hours, my father's voice alternated between sweet-talking and guilt-tripping me. It knew exactly which emotional buttons to push. Several times I nearly caved, but as 3:33 approached, the voice grew angry and distorted. "You ungrateful little shit," it snarled. "I should have left you to drown in that river when I had the chance." The voice devolved into inhuman screeching. I covered my ears, screaming until my throat was raw. Then blissful silence as 3:33 arrived. I sat there sobbing as the sun rose. I knew then that I couldn't stay in this town another day. I went to visit my father's grave one last time. It was a brutal winter night in the mountains where I live. The wind was howling like a banshee, rattling the windows of my old cabin. Snow was piling up outside, and I could barely see past my front porch. Just me and my loyal companion Buck, a half-wolf dog I've had for years, hunkered down for the storm. I was sitting by the fireplace, trying to keep warm and reminiscing about my late wife Marla. God, I miss her. The cabin feels so empty without her laughter filling the rooms. Buck was curled up at my feet, his head resting on my good leg. The other one's been giving me trouble lately, an old injury acting up again. Suddenly Buck's ears perked up. He lifted his head, alert and tense. I figured he'd heard something outside, probably just the wind playing tricks. But then he started growling, low and menacing. In all our years together, I'd never heard him make a sound like that. Before I could react, Buck bolted to the door, scratching and whining to be let out. "What's gotten into you, boy?" I asked, struggling to my feet. The moment I cracked the door open, he squeezed through and took off into the storm. I called after him, but my voice was swallowed by the howling wind. Panic set in as I watched his form disappear into the swirling snow. I couldn't lose Buck. He was all I had left in this world. Ignoring the pain in my leg, I grabbed my coat, boots, and rifle. I stuffed a flashlight in my pocket and headed out into the blizzard. The cold hit me like a punch to the gut, stealing my breath away. Snow whipped around me, stinging my face and obscuring my vision. I could barely make out Buck's paw prints in the fresh powder, already being filled in by the relentless snowfall. I trudged through the deepening snow, calling Buck's name until my throat was raw. The storm seemed to intensify with each step, as if nature itself was trying to force me back. But I couldn't give up on Buck. He'd never abandoned me, and I wasn't about to abandon him. I don't know how long I walked. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the whiteout conditions. My leg was screaming in agony, and I was shivering uncontrollably. Just as I was considering turning back, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It was Marla's voice, calling my name. I froze, certain I was hallucinating. Marla had been gone for 3 years now, but there it was again, clearer this time. "Jack, Jack, help me! My heart pounded in my chest as I stumbled towards the voice. Marla, I called out, my words barely audible over the wind. Marla, where are you? Through the curtain of snow, I saw a figure. For a moment, joy overwhelmed me. It looked just like her. The same petite frame, the same long hair whipping in the wind. But as I got closer, that joy turned to horror. It wasn't Marla. Not really. The thing that stood before me wore her face, but it was twisted, wrong. Its eyes glowed an unnatural red, like embers in a dying fire. When it smiled at me, I saw rows of needle-sharp teeth. Jack, it purred in Marla's voice. I've missed you so much. Why did you let me die, Jack? Why didn't you save me? I stumbled backward, nearly falling in the deep snow. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of nightmare. But the biting cold and the creature's piercing gaze told me this was all too real. You're not Marla, I managed to choke out, fumbling for my rifle. The thing laughed, a horrible grating sound that was nothing like my wife's melodious giggle. Oh, but I am, Jack. I'm what's left of her. I'm what you abandoned. It took a step towards me, its form shifting and writhing unnaturally. I raised my rifle, but my hands were shaking so badly I could barely aim. Stay back, I shouted, my voice cracking with fear. The creature cocked its head, a mockery of confusion on its stolen face. Don't you love me anymore, Jack? Don't you want to be with me? It reached out a hand, fingers elongating into wicked claws. I was paralyzed with terror, unable to run, unable to shoot. This thing was going to kill me, wearing the face of the woman I loved. I closed my eyes, waiting for the end. But then I heard a familiar growl, fierce and protective. My eyes snapped open just in time to see a blur of fur and muscle launch itself at the creature. Buck had found me. My brave dogs slammed into the thing, knocking it off balance. They tumbled in the snow, a whirlwind of fur and flailing limbs. The creature shrieked, a sound no human throat could make, as Buck's teeth found purchase. Seeing Buck in danger snapped me out of my paralysis. I fumbled for the flashlight in my pocket, an idea forming. If this thing was some kind of demon or spirit, maybe light would hurt it. I flicked on the flashlight, aiming the beam directly at the creature's face. It recoiled, letting out an inhuman howl of pain. Its skin seemed to bubble and steam where the light touched it. Buck took advantage of its distraction, going for the throat. But the creature was strong, inhumanly so. It flung Buck aside with terrifying force. I heard my dog yelp as he hit a tree, and fury rose in me. This thing had tried to use Marla's memory against me. It had hurt Buck. I wasn't going to let it harm anyone else. I charged forward, ignoring the screaming pain in my leg. The creature turned to face me, its stolen features melting away to reveal something truly monstrous underneath. But I didn't falter. I rammed the flashlight against its chest, holding the beam steady, even as its flesh sizzled and smoked. The thing howled and clawed at me, raking its talons across my arm. I gritted my teeth against the pain, keeping the light pressed against it. You're not her, I growled. You're nothing but a monster, and I'm sending you back to hell. With my free hand, I raised the rifle and pressed the barrel against the creature's head. Its red eyes widened in what looked like genuine fear. Good. I wanted it to be afraid. I pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed through the mountains, momentarily drowning out even the howling wind. The creature's body jerked, then went limp. For a moment, I thought I saw relief in its eyes, as if I'd freed it from something. Then those hellish red orbs went dark, and the body began to dissolve, turning to ash that was quickly swept away by the wind. As the adrenaline faded, the pain hit me full force. My leg felt like it was on fire, and blood was seeping through my coat sleeve where the creature had clawed me. But none of that mattered. I had to find Buck. I limped through the snow, calling his name. Fear gripped my heart. What if the creature had hurt him too badly? What if I lost him? Then I heard a weak whimper, and relief flooded through me. I found Buck lying in the snow, battered but alive. He wagged his tail weakly as I approached, letting out a soft whine. "It's okay, boy," I murmured, kneeling beside him. "You did good. You saved me." I checked him over as best I could in the darkness. He was bruised and cut up, but nothing seemed broken. Still, we needed to get back to the cabin and out of this storm. Somehow, I managed to get Buck to his feet. He leaned heavily against me as we started the long trek back. The storm seemed to have lost some of its fury, or maybe facing that creature had put things in perspective. Either way, the walk back didn't seem as difficult. As we approached the cabin, I couldn't help but look over my shoulder. Part of me expected to see that thing following us, wearing Marla's face again. But there was nothing but swirling snow behind us. We made it inside, and I quickly bolted the door. I tended to Buck's wounds, then my own, all the while listening for any sound that might indicate the creature had followed us. But the night remained quiet, save for the occasional rumble of thunder. That was 3 days ago. The storm has passed, but I'm still jumpy. Every creak of the cabin makes me reach for my rifle. I keep the flashlight close at hand, just in case. Buck is recovering well. He hardly leaves my side now, as if he's appointed himself my permanent guardian. I'm grateful for his company. I don't think I could bear to be alone right now. I don't know what that thing was, or why it came after me. Was it some kind of demon, a vengeful spirit, or something else entirely? I've lived in these mountains my whole life and never encountered anything like it before. Part of me wonders if I imagined the whole thing, but the claw marks on my arm and the haunted look in Buck's eyes tell me it was all too real. I know I should probably leave this place, find somewhere safer to live out my days, but this is my home. Marla and I built our life here. I won't be driven out by fear, so I'll stay, and I'll be ready if that thing, or anything like it, ever comes back. I've got my rifle, my flashlight, and most importantly, I've got Buck. Together, we'll face whatever the darkness throws at us. But I won't lie. Every time the wind howls at night, I find myself listening for Marla's voice, and I pray I never hear it again. I'll never forget that summer day in Whispering Pines National Park. As a park ranger for over 15 years, I thought I'd seen it all, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened with little Emily. It was a busy weekend, the campgrounds full of families enjoying the great outdoors. I was making my usual rounds when I got the call. A 6-year-old girl had gone missing from her family's campsite. My heart sank. In these dense woods, a child could vanish in seconds. I rushed to meet the parents, John and Maria. They were frantic, tears streaming down Maria's face as she clutched Emily's teddy bear. "She was right here playing by the tent," John explained, his voice shaking. We only looked away for a minute to start the campfire. We immediately launched a search party. Park staff, local police, volunteers. Everyone was out combing the forest. As the hours ticked by, hope started to fade. The woods seemed to grow darker and more foreboding with each passing moment. 3 agonizing days went by. We searched every trail, every cave, every inch of that God-forsaken forest. Nothing. It was like Emily had vanished into thin air. I'd never seen parents so broken, so hollow. John and Maria barely slept, barely ate. They just wandered the woods, calling Emily's name until their voices gave out. On the 4th day, just as we were about to call off the search, one of our volunteers radioed in. They'd found something in a remote clearing, miles from any marked trail. My heart raced as I sped there on my ATV. What I saw in that clearing still haunts me to this day. Emily was just standing there, motionless, staring straight ahead with these glassy, unfocused eyes. She didn't react when we called her name, didn't even blink. It was like looking at a statue. I approached her slowly, afraid she might bolt, but she didn't move a muscle. When I touched her shoulder, her skin was ice cold. That's when I noticed how unnaturally still she was. I couldn't even see her breathing. "Emily," I said softly, "it's okay. We're here to take you home." Suddenly she turned to look at me. I stumbled back, startled. Her eyes, God, her eyes, they were completely black, like endless voids. For a split second I could have sworn I saw something moving in those depths, something ancient and unknowable. I shook it off, blaming it on stress and lack of sleep. Emily blinked, and her eyes were normal again, a warm, innocent brown. But that moment of otherness left me deeply unsettled. When John and Maria arrived, Emily didn't rush to hug them like you'd expect. She just stood there, expressionless, as they sobbed and embraced her. It was all wrong. Where was the joyful reunion, the tears of relief? As we prepared to leave the clearing, Emily started to resist. She dug her heels into the ground, refusing to budge. "No," she said, her voice flat and emotionless. "I need to stay. They're not finished with me yet." A chill ran down my spine. "Who's not finished, sweetie?" I asked. She just stared at me with those unnervingly calm eyes. "The ones who live between the trees," she whispered. "They showed me things, beautiful, terrible things." John scooped her up, and she started screaming. Not in fear or anger, but in this high-pitched, inhuman wail that made my skin crawl. She thrashed in his arms, reaching desperately towards the center of the clearing. As we hurried out of the woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches reaching for us like gnarled fingers. The wind carried whispers I couldn't quite make out. I've never been so glad to see the edge of the forest. We rushed Emily to the hospital, but the doctors were baffled. Physically, she was fine. No signs of dehydration, no injuries, nothing to explain her 3-day disappearance. Mentally, though, she was different. She barely spoke, and when she did, it was in this eerie, monotone voice. She'd stare off into space for hours, mumbling about the dance between worlds and the song of starlight. The doctors diagnosed it as trauma-induced dissociation, but I knew in my gut it was something more. Emily would draw obsessively, always the same image. A circle of impossibly tall, spindly figures surrounding a small girl. Their faces were blank, save for these huge black eyes. It made my skin crawl just looking at it. One night, a nurse found Emily's room empty. Panic set in as we searched the hospital, fearing she'd vanished again. We found her on the roof, standing dangerously close to the edge. As I approached, she turned to me with that unsettling calmness. "They're calling me," she said, pointing to the distant tree line. "Can't you hear it? The music of the spheres?" I managed to coax her back inside, but the incident shook me to my core. What had happened to this little girl in those woods? What had she seen? A week later, John and Maria checked Emily out of the hospital. They were moving, they said, somewhere far away from forests and camping trips. I couldn't blame them, but part of me wondered if distance would be enough. As they drove away, Emily pressed her face to the car window, staring at the trees lining the highway. For a moment, I could have sworn I saw shapes moving in the shadows between the trunks, tall, impossibly thin figures swaying in a wind I couldn't feel. I blinked, and they were gone. But the memory of those 3 days, of what we found in that clearing, has never left me. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I swear I can hear faint whispers carried on the breeze, whispers of secrets not meant for human ears. I've been a ranger here for nearly 2 decades now, but I never go into those woods alone anymore. And whenever I see a family setting up camp, I can't help but watch their children a little more closely, because I know the truth now. There are things in this forest that hunger for innocence, things that live in the spaces between trees, between heartbeats, between worlds. And sometimes, if you wander too far off the path, they find you. I've been a park ranger at Whispering Pines National Park for over 15 years now. I thought I'd seen it all. Lost hikers, wildlife encounters, you name it. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened last week. It's been days, and I still can't wrap my head around it. It was supposed to be a routine day. I started my shift early, just as the sun was peeking over the mountains. The air was crisp, and the forest was coming alive with the sounds of birds and rustling leaves. I remember thinking how peaceful it all seemed. Around 10 a.m., I got a call on the radio. Robert, one of our most experienced hikers, hadn't checked in at his usual time. Now, Robert was no amateur. He'd been coming to these trails for decades, knew them like the back of his hand. He always followed protocol to the letter, so when he missed his check-in, alarm bells started ringing immediately. I hopped in the ATV and headed out to his last known location, a trail near Whispering Creek, not far from that clearing where we found that little girl a few years back. As I drove, I kept telling myself it was probably nothing. Maybe his radio had died, or he'd twisted an ankle and was moving slowly. But deep down, I had this gnawing feeling that something was very wrong. When I reached the trailhead, I met up with a couple of other rangers who'd already started searching. We split up to cover more ground, agreeing to check in every 30 minutes. I took the main trail, figuring Robert wouldn't have strayed from it given his experience. As I hiked, I kept my eyes peeled for any sign of him. Footprints, broken branches, anything. But the trail was pristine, like no one had passed through recently. It was eerie, to say the least. The forest seemed unnaturally quiet, too. No birds singing, no squirrels chattering, just the sound of my own breathing and footsteps. After about an hour of searching, I reached a fork in the trail. To the left was the path leading to Whispering Creek. To the right, a steeper trail up to Eagle's Point. I was about to head left when something caught my eye. A flash of red against the green foliage. My heart racing, I pushed through the underbrush, and there it was, Robert's backpack, propped up neatly against an old oak tree. It was completely intact, not a scratch on it. His water bottle was still full, his trail mix unopened. His hiking poles were leaning against the tree, perfectly crossed. I called out Robert's name, my voice echoing through the trees. No response. I radioed the other rangers, and within minutes they converged on my location. We spread out, searching the area with a fine-tooth comb. But there was nothing. No footprints leading away from the backpack, no signs of a struggle, no blood, nothing. It was like Robert had simply vanished into thin air. As the day wore on, more search teams arrived. We brought in dogs, drones, thermal cameras, every resource we had. But it was all for nothing. Robert was gone without a trace. The following days were a blur of continued searches, debriefings, and dealing with increasingly frantic family members. We combed every inch of that forest, but it was like looking for a ghost. The more we searched, the more questions we had, and the fewer answers we found. What haunts me most is the positioning of his backpack and gear. It wasn't haphazardly dropped or thrown aside. It was carefully placed, almost like Robert had decided to take a break, set his things down, and then— what? Walked away? But to where? And why leave all his supplies behind? The theories started flying around. Some said he must have had some kind of mental break and wandered off. Others whispered about wild animal attacks, though there was no evidence to support that. A few even brought up alien abductions or supernatural explanations. Normally, I'd laugh that kind of talk off, but after what I saw, or rather, what I didn't see, I'm not so sure anymore. It's been a week now, and we've had to scale back the search. The official story is that Robert is presumed lost in the wilderness, but those of us who were there know it's more than that. People don't just disappear without a trace, especially not experienced hikers like Robert. I can't shake this feeling of wrongness that's settled over the park. It's like the forest itself is holding its breath, keeping a secret it won't reveal. Every time I'm out on patrol now, I find myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see Robert emerge from the trees or to catch a glimpse of something else. The thing is, this isn't the first strange occurrence in these woods. There was that incident with the little girl a few years back, found wandering in a clearing with no memory of how she got there. And over the years, I've heard whispers from other rangers about odd experiences, unexplained noises, feelings of being watched, equipment malfunctioning for no reason. But Robert's disappearance is different. It's tangible, undeniable proof that something is not right in Whispering Pines. I've always prided myself on being rational, on having an explanation for everything. But now I'm not so sure. I find myself lying awake at night, replaying that day over and over in my mind. What did we miss? What could have happened to make a man like Robert vanish without a trace? And more terrifyingly, could it happen again? The park feels different now. The trails I once knew like the back of my hand suddenly seem foreign and threatening. Every shadow holds a potential secret, every rustle in the bushes a possible clue or danger. I know I should probably request a transfer, get as far away from Whispering Pines as I can, but I can't. Not until I know what happened to Robert, not until I can make sense of the impossible. So I'll keep patrolling these trails, keep searching for answers. But now, every time I step into the forest, I can't help but wonder, am I walking into the same trap that caught Robert? And if I am, will anyone ever find my backpack neatly placed against a tree, the only sign that I ever existed? The forest keeps its secrets well, but I'm determined to uncover the truth, no matter how terrifying it might be. Because if I don't, who will? And how many more people will vanish into the Whispering Pines before we finally understand what's happening in these woods? As I write this, I can see the edge of the forest from my window. The trees sway gently in the breeze, looking as innocent and inviting as ever. But now I know better. Something is out there, something that can make a man disappear without a trace. And until I figure out what it is, I'll never truly feel safe in these woods again. If you're planning a trip to Whispering Pines, think twice. And if you do come, stick to the marked trails, keep your wits about you, and whatever you do, don't go alone. Because in these woods, you never know when you might take a step and simply vanish. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway to celebrate the end of finals. My roommate Jake suggested we go camping at Blackwood State Park, about an hour's drive from campus. Our friends Emma and Tyler were totally on board. We were all excited to get away from the stress of school and just relax in nature for a few days. We arrived at the park on Friday afternoon and hiked a couple miles to our campsite. It was a beautiful spot nestled in a small clearing, surrounded by towering pine trees. We set up our tents, gathered firewood, and spent the evening roasting marshmallows and sharing stories around the campfire. Everything seemed perfect. But as night fell, I started to get an uneasy feeling. It's hard to explain, but I felt like we were being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see something in the shadows beyond our campfire's glow. The others must have sensed it too, because conversation became more subdued, and we all seemed on edge. "Did you guys hear that?" Emma suddenly asked, her eyes wide. We all fell silent, straining to listen. At first I didn't hear anything, but then I caught it. A faint whispering sound, almost like voices carried on the wind. But it didn't sound like any language I recognized. "It's probably just the wind in the trees," Tyler said with a nervous laugh. But I could tell he was unsettled too. We tried to shake it off and get some sleep, but I tossed and turned all night. The whisperings seemed to get louder after dark, and I swear I saw shadows moving outside the tent. I told myself it was just my imagination running wild, but deep down I knew something wasn't right. The next morning, Jake was gone. His sleeping bag was still there, zipped up as if he'd never left it, but there was no sign of him anywhere. We searched the area for hours, calling his name until our voices were hoarse, but it was like he'd vanished into thin air. "We need to go get help," Emma said, her voice shaking. "Something's very wrong here." But Tyler insisted we keep looking. "We can't just leave him out here," he argued. "Let's hike further into the woods. Maybe he wandered off and got lost." Looking back, I wish we'd left right then and there. But we were scared and confused and not thinking clearly. So we packed some supplies and headed deeper into the forest. The farther we went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The trees seemed to close in around us, blocking out most of the sunlight. That feeling of being watched intensified. I kept seeing movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I'd turned to look, there was nothing there. And the voices, God, the voices. They were clearer now, no longer just whispers. But it still wasn't any language I could understand. The sounds made my skin crawl and filled me with a deep sense of dread. We hiked for hours without any sign of Jake. As the day wore on, exhaustion and fear started to take their toll. We decided to stop and rest for a bit in a small clearing. That's when Tyler disappeared. One minute he was sitting right next to me, and the next he was just gone. There was no sound, no struggle. He simply vanished in the blink of an eye. Emma started to panic. "We have to get out of here," she screamed. "Something is taking us." We ran. I've never run so hard in my life. Branches whipped at our faces as we crashed through the underbrush. I could hear Emma right behind me, her ragged breathing matching my own. But when I glanced back, she wasn't there. The forest path behind me was empty. I skidded to a stop, my heart pounding. "Emma!" I yelled. "Emma!" Only the strange whisper voices answered, seeming to come from all around me now. I spun in circles, trying to pinpoint the source, but it was impossible. Terror clawed at my throat as the realization hit me. I was alone. I don't know how long I ran after that. Time seemed to lose all meaning as I fled blindly through the woods. My only thought was to get away, to escape whatever malevolent presence was haunting this forest. Somehow, miraculously, I stumbled onto a hiking trail. I followed it desperately, praying it would lead me out. When I finally saw the ranger station through the trees, I nearly wept with relief. I burst through the door, collapsing onto the floor. The rangers rushed to help me, but I could barely speak. I just kept repeating, "They took them. They took them all. The search parties found nothing. Our campsite was exactly as we'd left it that first night, untouched. There was no sign that Jake, Emma, or Tyler had ever been there. No footprints, no personal belongings left behind. Nothing. I've been through countless police interviews and psychological evaluations since then. They all think I'm crazy or that I did something to my friends. But I know what I experienced was real. Sometimes I still hear those whispers in my dreams. I wake up in a cold sweat, feeling those invisible eyes on me. I don't think I'll ever be able to fully explain what happened in those woods. All I know is that something took my friends, and I was the only one who made it out alive. I can't shake the feeling that maybe I didn't really escape at all. Maybe they're just waiting, biding their time until they come for me too. I don't know if I'll ever feel safe again. We arrived at the campsite near North Peak in the late afternoon. The leaves were a beautiful array of reds and oranges, and there was a crisp chill in the air that made everything feel fresh and alive. We set up our tent, gathered firewood, and settled in for what we thought would be a peaceful evening under the stars. As night fell, we sat around the crackling campfire, roasting marshmallows and telling stories. Jake was in the middle of recounting some drama from school when he suddenly went quiet and his eyes widened, fixated on something behind me. I turned to look, but saw nothing but darkness beyond the firelight. "What is it?" I asked, scanning the trees. Jake shook his head. "Nothing, I guess. Thought I saw something move." We brushed it off and continued chatting, but I noticed Jake seemed on edge after that, constantly glancing into the shadows. I chalked it up to typical teenage jitters about being in the wilderness. Around midnight, Lisa and Jake headed to the tent to get some sleep while I stayed up to bank the fire. That's when I heard it, a faint rustling in the underbrush, too deliberate to be the wind. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I peered into the darkness, straining my eyes. Slowly, 3 tall, pale figures emerged from the tree line. At first I thought they must be other campers, but as they drew closer to the firelight, I realized with growing horror that these were not human. They were impossibly tall and thin, with limbs that seemed slightly too long. Their skin was a sickly grayish white that seemed to absorb the flickering firelight rather than reflect it. But it was their eyes that made my blood run cold. They were huge and dark, with no whites visible, and they glowed with an eerie yellow-green light like a cat's eyes catching a flashlight beam. Those inhuman eyes were fixed directly on me with a predatory intensity that made me feel like cornered prey. I wanted to run, to scream, to do something, but I was frozen in place, heart pounding. One of the creatures tilted its head at an unnatural angle, regarding me curiously. Then its face split into a wide grin, revealing rows of sharp, pointed teeth. They weren't like any animal's teeth I'd ever seen. They seemed almost metallic, glinting in the firelight. That's when I found my voice and let out a strangled yell. "Lisa! Jake! Get to the car, now!" I heard panicked shuffling from the tent as my wife and son scrambled out. They took one look at the pale figures, and Lisa let out a blood-curdling scream. We ran for the car, my legs feeling like jelly beneath me. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking violently as I tried to get the door unlocked. We piled in, and I cranked the engine, flipping on the headlights. But when the beams cut through the darkness, there was nothing. No pale figures, no glowing eyes, no sign that anything had been there at all. Just our empty campsite, the fire still smoldering. We sat there for a long time, engine idling, too terrified to move. Eventually, I slowly turned off the car, and we sat in silence, straining our ears for any sound. but there was nothing but the usual nighttime forest noises, crickets, an owl hooting in the distance. None of us wanted to leave the relative safety of the car, but we also couldn't bring ourselves to drive away and leave all our gear behind. So we spent an agonizing, sleepless night huddled together in the back seat, jumping at every snapping twig or rustle of leaves. When dawn finally broke, we cautiously emerged from the car. Everything at the campsite was exactly as we'd left it. The tent was undisturbed, no footprints in the dirt, not a single item out of place. If it weren't for the haunted looks on all our faces, you'd never know anything had happened. We packed up in tense silence and got out of there as fast as we could. On the drive home, we tried to rationalize what we'd seen. Maybe it was just shadows and our imaginations running wild, some kind of shared hallucination brought on by carbon monoxide from the fire. But deep down, we all knew what we saw was real. In the weeks and months that followed, I scoured the internet for any similar stories or local legends about pale figures in those woods. I found a few vague forum posts about hikers seeing something weird in that area, but nothing conclusive. To this day, I have no explanation for what we encountered that night. We've never gone camping since then. Jake refuses to sleep without a light on now. Lisa and I both have recurring nightmares about those glowing eyes and razor-sharp grins emerging from the darkness. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I can see a tall, pale figure standing in the corner of our bedroom. I don't know what those things were or why they appeared to us that night. Part of me hopes it was just some kind of bizarre shared delusion. But a bigger part of me is terrified that they were all too real and that they're still out there in those woods, waiting. All I know is that I'll never set foot in those mountains again as long as I live. It was just supposed to be a relaxing day hike. I'd been feeling stressed with work lately and decided to take a Friday off to go explore some trails in the state forest, about an hour from my house. I'd hiked there a few times before and always enjoyed the peaceful solitude. I arrived at the trailhead parking lot around 9 a.m. It was a beautiful, crisp fall morning, perfect hiking weather. I shouldered my day pack with some water and snacks, double-checked that I had my phone fully charged, and set off down the main trail. For the first couple hours, everything was completely normal and pleasant. I was feeling great, breathing in the fresh air and listening to the birds chirping in the trees. I even saw a couple deer bound across the path at one point. I was so glad I'd decided to take this day for myself. Around 11:30, I stopped for a quick snack break. As I was munching on my granola bar, I noticed a small side trail branching off from the main path. It wasn't on my trail map, but it looked intriguing, winding off into a particularly lush and green section of the forest. On a whim, I decided to explore it for a bit. The side trail was clearly less traveled, narrower, and with more overgrowth. But it had a sort of enchanted quality to it. The way the sunlight was filtering through the leaves created these mesmerizing patterns on the ground. I found myself getting drawn further and further along it. After about 20 minutes of following this unmarked trail, I came upon something that stopped me in my tracks. There, in the middle of a small clearing, stood a set of wooden stairs. Just stairs. No building, no structure around them, just a flight of maybe 15 stairs leading up to nowhere. I stood there staring at them, utterly baffled. What the hell were stairs doing out here in the middle of the woods? They looked old and weathered, but still sturdy. The wood was gray and rough, with moss growing on some of the steps. I circled around them, looking for any clue as to their purpose or origin. But there was nothing, no plaque, no remnants of any other structure. Just these stairs, as if they'd sprouted up from the forest floor. I know I should have just turned around and gone back to the main trail, but I was so curious. I had to know where they led. Before I could talk myself out of it, I put my foot on the first step and started to climb. As I ascended, a wave of dizziness washed over me. My vision swam, and I felt weirdly lightheaded, like I was floating. I gripped the railing tightly, worried I might fall. But I kept going, drawn upward by some force I couldn't explain. When I reached the top step, I closed my eyes for a moment, waiting for the disorientation to pass. When I opened them again and turned around, my heart nearly stopped. The forest around me had completely changed. The trees were different, taller, with strange gnarled branches reaching out like crooked fingers. The undergrowth was denser, filled with ferns and plants I didn't recognize. Even the quality of the light filtering through the canopy seemed altered, dimmer, with an odd greenish tinge. I whirled around in a panic, searching for the trail I'd come from, but it was gone. In every direction, I saw only unfamiliar wilderness. My breath caught in my throat as the realization hit me. I was utterly, completely lost. I fumbled for my phone, hands shaking, no signal. The GPS wasn't working either. It showed my location as being in the middle of the ocean. I tried not to let panic overwhelm me. I just needed to retrace my steps, find those stairs again. They had to be nearby. I picked a direction and started walking, scanning constantly for any sign of the stairs or the trail. But everything looked alien and wrong. The trees seemed to loom over me menacingly. Strange bird calls echoed through the forest, unlike any I'd ever heard before. I walked for what felt like hours, my sense of direction completely scrambled. The shadows lengthened as the day wore on, but I couldn't seem to find my way out of this warped version of the woods. My water was running low, and I was starting to feel the first stirrings of real fear. Just as I was considering climbing a tree to try and get my bearings, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Footsteps, heavy footsteps, crunching through the underbrush somewhere behind me, and they were getting closer. I froze, straining my ears. Whatever it was big, much bigger than a person, and it was definitely coming my way. Panic exploded in my chest. I bolted, crashing through the ferns and vines, branches whipping at my face. I ran blindly, fueled by terror, not caring where I was going as long as it was away from those thunderous footsteps. I don't know how long I ran. My lungs were on fire, my legs trembling with exhaustion. But the footsteps kept coming, steady and relentless. In my panicked state, I almost missed it, a flash of weathered gray wood through the trees. The stairs. I veered towards them, hope surging. As I burst into the clearing, I risked a glance behind me. Through the trees, I caught a glimpse of something massive moving in the shadows, something that shouldn't exist. I took the stairs 3 at a time, not stopping until I reached the top. That same dizzying sensation swept over me, but I forced my eyes open, willing the familiar forest to reappear. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing changed. But then, like a photograph coming into focus, the normal woods faded back into view. I nearly wept with relief as I recognized the regular trail stretching out before me. I practically flew down the stairs and back to the main path, not stopping until I reached my car. As I drove home, hands still shaking on the steering wheel, I tried to make sense of what had happened, but I couldn't. Nothing about it made logical sense. It's been weeks now, and I still can't explain it. I've scoured the internet for similar stories and found a few vague accounts of weird stairs in forests, but nothing that fully matches my experience. I haven't been back to those woods, I'm not sure I ever will, but I can't stop thinking about those stairs and what lies at the top of them. Part of me wants to go back, to try and understand, but a bigger part of me is terrified of what I might find if I climb those steps again. So, I'm left with this story that I can hardly believe myself. A story of stairs in the woods that led to somewhere else, somewhere I never want to go again. If you're ever hiking and come across a random staircase in the forest, please, for your own sake, don't climb it. You might not make it back. Jake was born with spina bifida. He's always been a fighter, but he needs his wheelchair to get around. That summer, we decided to take a family camping trip to Yellowstone. Jake was so excited, he'd never been camping before. The first day was great. We set up our tents, roasted marshmallows, told scary stories. Jake was having the time of his life. When it got late, we all turned in for the night. Jake insisted on sleeping in his own tent. He wanted to feel independent. I woke up around 3 a.m. to use the bathroom. As I was heading back to my tent, I noticed Jake's tent flap was open. I peeked inside to check on him. He was gone. His wheelchair was there, but Jake had vanished. I started screaming for my parents. We searched the whole campsite, calling his name. Nothing. We alerted the park rangers and a search party was organized. Those next 2 days were hell. We barely slept or ate, just searched non-stop, combing every inch of those woods. How far could an 11-year-old in a wheelchair have gotten? On the third day we got the call. They'd found Jake, alive, but nothing could have prepared me for where they found him. He was on top of Avalanche Peak, 47 miles away from our campsite and over 10,000 feet up. When the rescue team reached him, Jake was curled up next to a big German shepherd. The dog ran off as soon as they approached. Jake was dehydrated and confused, but otherwise unharmed. We were overjoyed to have him back, but so many questions remained. How did he get there? Who was that dog? What happened during those 2 days? Jake couldn't explain any of it. He said the last thing he remembered was falling asleep in his tent. Then he woke up on the mountain with the dog. He said the dog kept him warm at night and seemed to be protecting him from something. When I asked what it was protecting him from, Jake got real quiet. He just said there were things in the shadows of the trees, things that wanted to take him, but the dog wouldn't let them. The doctors said Jake's memory loss was likely due to the trauma and dehydration, but that didn't explain how a kid who can't walk ended up on top of a mountain 47 miles away. We tried to move on, to forget about it, but I can't shake this feeling that something truly unexplainable happened out there. Jake still has nightmares. He wakes up crying about the shadows in the trees, and sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear a dog barking outside his window. I've spent countless hours researching, trying to make sense of it all. I've come across stories of other missing people found in impossible locations. Stories of mysterious animals appearing to protect lost hikers. But nothing quite matches what happened to Jake. It's like he was taken by something and then saved by something else. I don't know if I believe in the supernatural, but I know what I saw. My brother, who can't walk, somehow traveled 47 miles up a mountain in 2 days. And that dog, it was no ordinary dog. Sometimes I wonder if it's still out there, watching over Jake, protecting him from whatever's lurking in the shadows. I try not to dwell on it too much. We're just grateful to have Jake back. But every time I see his wheelchair, I'm reminded of how close we came to losing him, and how there are things in this world that defy explanation. I don't know if I'll ever understand what really happened during those 2 days. Part of me doesn't want to know, but I can't help feeling like we brushed up against something beyond our comprehension, something ancient and powerful that lives in those woods. All I know is I'll never look at the wilderness the same way again, and I'll always be grateful to that mysterious dog, wherever it came from, for bringing my brother back to us. If you're ever camping in Yellowstone and see a German shepherd in the distance, just know it might be more than just a stray. It might be a guardian, keeping watch over lost souls in the night. As for Jake, he's doing better now. The nightmares are less frequent. But he still refuses to go camping again. Can't say I blame him. Sometimes I catch him staring out the window, like he's looking for something. When I ask what he's looking at, he just shrugs and says, "Making sure the shadows stay away." I don't know what to make of it all, but I do know that our family will never be the same after what happened in those woods. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, but others, they haunt you, demanding answers you may never find. So if you're ever in the wilderness and feel like something's watching you, trust that instinct. There are things out there beyond our understanding, things that can snatch a child from his tent and carry him up a mountain. And maybe, if you're lucky, there are also things out there that can bring him back. Just be careful out there. The woods are watching, and they're not always friendly. As for me, I'll keep searching for answers. Maybe someday I'll understand what really happened to Jake during those 2 days. But until then, I'll just be grateful to have him back. And I'll always keep an eye out for that German shepherd, the guardian of the lost. Because in this world, there are more things in the shadows than we dare to imagine. And sometimes, the line between protector and predator is thinner than we'd like to believe. Stay safe out there, folks. And if you ever hear a dog barking in the woods at night, maybe it's just a stray, or maybe it's something more, something watching over you, keeping the shadows at bay, just like it did for Jake. I've been an avid hiker for over a decade, tackling some of the most challenging trails across the country. But nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered in that God-forsaken place they call the Dead Zone. It was supposed to be a solo day hike, nothing too intense, just a chance to clear my head and enjoy nature. I'd heard whispers about a remote section of Blackwood where compasses went haywire and phones lost signal, but I brushed it off as local superstition. How naive I was. The morning started off perfectly normal. Blue skies, a gentle breeze, birds chirping in the trees. I set off down the main trail, feeling energized and at peace. About 2 hours in, I reached the fork where the path split towards the more secluded northern section. There was an old, faded sign with peeling paint that read, "Caution, limited cell service beyond this point." I snapped a quick selfie to mark the spot, then continued on without a second thought. It's hard to pinpoint exactly when things started to feel off. The forest seemed to get denser, the air heavier somehow. I checked my phone out of habit, but the signal had completely disappeared. No big deal, I thought. But then I noticed my watch had stopped too. Figured the battery must have died, though I could have sworn I'd charged it the night before. I pressed on, telling myself it was just my imagination playing tricks. But with each step, an inexplicable sense of unease grew in the pit of my stomach. The bird calls had ceased, replaced by an eerie silence broken only by the crunch of leaves under my boots. Even the wind seemed to have died down. After what felt like hours of hiking, though I had no way to be sure, I realized I should have reached the summit viewpoint by now. I pulled out my map, but when I tried to get my bearings, my compass needle just spun uselessly. What the hell? I'd used that compass for years without issue. Panic started to set in as I understood I was hopelessly lost. I turned back, trying to retrace my steps, but nothing looked familiar. The trees all blurred together, shadows seeming to shift and dance at the edges of my vision. My breath came in ragged gasps as I fought to stay calm. That's when I saw it, a flash of bright color amidst the muted forest tones. I rushed towards it, hoping it was another hiker who could help. As I got closer, my blood ran cold. Hanging from a gnarled oak tree was a jacket, a very familiar jacket. With trembling hands, I unhooked it from the branch. It was identical to the one I'd seen in that old missing persons flyer, the one belonging to Mark Simmons, the experienced hiker who'd vanished in these woods 15 years ago. But that was impossible. The material looked brand new, no signs of wear or exposure to the elements. I stood there frozen, jacket clutched to my chest, as the reality of my situation truly sank in. I was trapped in the dead zone, just like Mark had been. Wave after wave of terror crashed over me as I imagined my own clothes hanging in this tree years from now, my fate a mystery. Suddenly, a twig snapped behind me. I whirled around, heart pounding, but saw only shadows. Yet I could have sworn I heard whispers on the wind, unintelligible words that sent chills down my spine. I started to run. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, lungs burning. But no matter how far or fast I ran, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, pursued by something just beyond my field of vision. Time seemed to stretch and warp. The forest grew darker, though I knew it couldn't possibly be night yet. Or could it? I'd lost all sense of how long I'd been out here. My legs gave out and I collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. As I lay there, I became aware of a low humming noise. It started faintly but grew louder, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The air around me began to shimmer and distort, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. I scrambled to my feet, disoriented and terrified. The humming intensified, vibrating in my bones. Trees and rocks appeared to melt and shift before my eyes. I screwed my eyes shut and clapped my hands over my ears, willing it all to stop. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself standing at the trailhead parking lot. My car sat there waiting, right where I'd left it that morning. But how was that possible? The sun was setting. I'd been gone for hours, maybe even days. I fumbled for my phone with shaking hands. It powered on, showing full bars and the correct date and time. My watch was working again too. There was no sign of Mark Simmons's jacket, which I'd been clutching just moments before. Had I imagined it all? But as I slumped into the driver's seat, I caught a glimpse of myself in the rearview mirror. My face was scratched and dirty, clothes torn and muddy. Whatever had happened out there in the dead zone had been all too real. I've tried to rationalize it in the months since. Maybe I got turned around and panicked, my mind playing tricks. But deep down, I know the truth. Something profoundly strange and terrifying exists in that forest. I can still hear those whispers in my nightmares, feel that otherworldly vibration. I've thought about reporting my experience, but who would believe me? And what if they went looking and never came back? So I've kept quiet, carrying this burden alone. But I had to get it out somehow, even anonymously like this. If you're reading this and planning a hike in Blackwood Forest, I beg you, stay on the main trails. Don't go near the dead zone. Some places aren't meant for us to understand, and some mysteries are better left unsolved. I still can't believe what happened that day in the summer of 1970. It's been over 50 years, but the memories are as vivid as ever. I was 19 years old, a carefree college student on a camping trip with my friends in the dense forests of Northern California. There were 6 of us: me, Jack, Lisa, Mike, Emily, and Tom. We were all so excited for a weekend of hiking, swimming, and sitting around the campfire. We arrived at the campsite on a Friday afternoon. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine trees. We set up our tents, gathered firewood, and spent the evening laughing and telling stories as the stars came out overhead. Everything was perfect. The next morning, we woke up early and made a big breakfast of pancakes and bacon. We were just finishing up when we heard it, a strange melodic sound coming from deep in the forest. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before. Not quite singing, not quite speech, but something in between, and it seemed to be calling to us. At first, we all just looked at each other in confusion. "What is that?" Lisa asked, her brow furrowed. "Probably just the wind or some weird bird," Mike said with a shrug. But there was an edge to his voice that betrayed his unease. We tried to ignore it and go about our day, but the sound kept getting louder and more insistent. It was mesmerizing, almost hypnotic. I found myself straining to make out words or meaning in the ethereal tones. As the day went on, we all became more and more fixated on the sound. Our plans to go hiking were forgotten. We just sat around the campsite listening. There was something both beautiful and terrifying about it. It made me think of sirens luring sailors to their doom. By late afternoon, the sound had grown so loud it was almost painful. And then suddenly, Emily stood up. Her eyes were glassy and unfocused. "We have to go to it," she said in a flat voice. "It's calling us." Before any of us could react, she started walking into the forest. Tom jumped up to stop her, but then he paused, cocked his head as if listening, and followed her. One by one, my friends started walking away from the campsite, drawn by that unearthly music. I tried to grab Jack's arm as he passed me. "What are you doing?" I yelled. "We can't go out there." But he shook me off without even looking at me. It was like he couldn't even hear me anymore. I stood there, frozen in terror and indecision. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, to get as far away from that sound as possible. But I couldn't just abandon my friends. With my heart pounding, I followed them into the darkening forest. The trees seemed to close in around us as we walked. I kept calling out to my friends, begging them to stop, but they just kept walking, as if in a trance. The sound grew louder and louder until it filled my head, drowning out all other thoughts. I don't know how long we walked. It could have been minutes or hours. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that twilight forest. But suddenly, we emerged into a small clearing, and the sound stopped. My friends all stood motionless, staring at something. I pushed past them to see what it was, and my blood ran cold. In the center of the clearing was a shape. I hesitate to call it a creature because it was like nothing that exists in nature. It seemed to shift and change as I looked at it, sometimes appearing almost human-like, other times more like an animal or even a plant. The only constant was its eyes, huge glowing orbs that seemed to stare into my very soul. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was paralyzed. The thing began to move towards us, making that same melodic sound we'd been hearing. My friends started walking towards it, their arms outstretched. In that moment, blind panic finally overcame my paralysis. I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping my face. I ran until my lungs were on fire and my legs gave out. I collapsed on the forest floor, gasping for air. When I finally caught my breath and looked around, I realized with horror that I was completely lost. The forest looked the same in every direction. I had no idea which way led back to the campsite or to the road. Night was falling fast, and strange sounds echoed through the trees. I spent that night huddled at the base of a large tree, jumping at every noise, certain that at any moment that thing from the clearing would find me. When dawn finally broke, I started walking, hoping to find my way out or run into a park ranger. I walked for hours, growing more dehydrated and disoriented. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I spotted a trail. With a surge of energy, I followed it and eventually came to a ranger station. I burst through the door, babbling about my friends and the thing in the forest. The rangers were alarmed by my appearance and obvious distress. They gave me water and tried to calm me down as I told my story. At first, they seemed skeptical, but as I described the location of our campsite, their faces grew serious. They told me that they'd had reports of strange sounds and lights in that area of the forest for years, but never anything like this. They immediately organized a search party and headed out to look for my friends. I waited anxiously at the station, hoping against hope that they'd find the others safe and sound. But when the search party returned, their grim faces told me everything. They'd found our campsite exactly as we'd left it that morning, breakfast dishes still on the table, tents still set up. But there was no sign of my friends. The search continued for weeks. They brought in dogs, helicopters, expert trackers, but they never found a single trace of Jack, Lisa, Mike, Emily, or Tom. It was like they'd vanished into thin air. I was questioned endlessly by rangers, police, and eventually even FBI agents. They clearly thought I might have done something to my friends, but they couldn't explain how I could have made 5 people disappear without a trace. Eventually, they had to let me go. I've spent the last 50 years trying to make sense of what happened that day. I've researched every strange phenomenon and conspiracy theory out there, looking for anything that might explain what we encountered. I've gone back to those woods many times, hoping to find some clue or evidence. But there's never been anything. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined it all, if the stress of my friend's disappearance caused me to create this fantastic story. But then I remember the sound, that haunting, beautiful, terrifying sound, and I know it was real. I still have nightmares about that thing in the clearing, about those eyes staring into me. I wake up in a cold sweat, certain that I can hear that melody calling me, and a part of me still wants to follow it, to finally uncover the mystery of what happened to my friends. But a bigger part of me is afraid that if I ever hear that sound again, I won't be able to resist its call, and I'll vanish into the forest, just like my friends did all those years ago. So I live with the mystery, with the guilt of being the only one who made it out. And I wonder if someday, somewhere in those dark woods, I'll hear that sound again. And this time, will I have the strength to run away? Or will I finally follow it to wherever my friends were taken all those years ago? "5 years ago, we decided to take a family camping trip to Blackwater State Park. Emma was so excited. She had just turned 6 and loved exploring the outdoors. The first couple days were perfect. Hiking, roasting marshmallows, telling stories around the campfire. Emma was having the time of her life. On the 3rd day, we planned a short hike to a nearby waterfall. Emma was skipping ahead on the trail, picking up interesting rocks and leaves. I turned to grab some water from my backpack, and when I looked up, she was gone, just vanished. We called her name, searched the immediate area, but there was no trace. My heart was pounding out of my chest. We alerted the park rangers and a search party was formed. For days we combed every inch of those woods. Helicopters, search dogs, volunteers, nothing. It was like she had disappeared into thin air. As the days turned to weeks, hope started to fade. The official search was called off after a month. My wife and I were devastated. Our lives fell apart. We never gave up searching on our own, but as the years passed, we had to face the possibility that we might never know what happened to our little girl. Then, 5 years to the day after she vanished, Emma reappeared. I was at the campsite. I went back every year on the anniversary, holding on to some shred of hope. I was sitting by the fire when I heard rustling in the bushes, and there she was, walking out of the forest like nothing had happened. Same pigtails, same pink t-shirt and overalls she was wearing the day she disappeared. She hadn't aged a day. I thought I was hallucinating. I ran to her, scooped her up in my arms. She was real, solid, alive. She looked at me with those big blue eyes and said, "Daddy, why are you crying? I was only gone for a little while." The next few days were a blur of tears, hugs, and disbelief. We took Emma to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Physically, she was perfectly fine, no signs of malnourishment or exposure. Mentally, she seemed like the same happy 6-year-old who had disappeared 5 years ago. But her story, God, her story keeps me up at night. Emma says she was taken by what she calls the naked man, a creature that was part human, part animal. She described it as tall and skinny, with grayish skin and no hair anywhere on its body. The most disturbing detail was its eyes, large yellow eyes that glowed in the dark. According to Emma, this creature took her to a cave deep in the woods. She says she was only there for a few days, but it felt different, like time moved differently. She wasn't afraid of the naked man. She said he was kind to her, brought her berries and nuts to eat, and showed her beautiful glowing crystals in the cave. Emma doesn't remember much about how she got back. She says one day the naked man led her out of the cave and pointed her in the direction of our campsite. She walked for a while, and then suddenly she was back where she started. I've racked my brain trying to make sense of it all. Could she have been kidnapped by someone and held captive all those years? But that doesn't explain why she hasn't aged or the strange details of her story. And trust me, we've had her evaluated by multiple psychologists. They all say she truly believes what she's telling us. The authorities are baffled. There have been extensive searches of the area where Emma reappeared, but no signs of caves or any evidence to support her story. It's like she just popped back into existence after 5 years. Emma has readjusted to life surprisingly well. She's back in school, in 1st grade, since developmentally she's still 6, and seems happy and healthy. But sometimes I catch her staring off into the woods with a strange look in her eyes, like she's searching for something. I don't know what to believe. Part of me is just overjoyed to have my daughter back and wants to forget the whole ordeal. But I can't shake the feeling that there's something out there in those woods, something beyond our understanding. I find myself lying awake at night, staring out the window, half expecting to see a pair of glowing yellow eyes staring back at me from the darkness. And I wonder, if it took Emma once, could it come back for her again? I know this story sounds insane. Hell, I'm living it, and I still have trouble believing it. But I swear on everything I hold dear that every word is true. I don't know if sharing this will help me make sense of it all, but I hope that maybe someone out there has experienced something similar or has some insight into what might have happened to my daughter. For now, I'm just trying to move forward and cherish every moment with Emma. But I'll never look at the woods the same way again, and a part of me will always be wondering about those 5 lost years and the mysteries they hold. It was supposed to be a relaxing solo camping trip, just me, my tent, and the great outdoors. I'd been stressed with work lately and needed to get away from it all. Blackwood seemed perfect, not too far from the city, but remote enough to really disconnect. I arrived at the trailhead parking lot early Saturday morning. The air was crisp and cool as I shouldered my backpack and set off down the main trail. Birds were chirping and a light breeze rustled through the leaves. Everything seemed so peaceful and normal. After about an hour of hiking, I veered off onto a smaller side trail that would lead to my planned campsite by the river. That's when things started to feel off. The bird sounds had stopped, and the forest seemed unnaturally still and quiet. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling and kept walking. Suddenly I heard what sounded like my name being whispered from somewhere in the trees to my left. "Alex!" I froze and looked around, but saw no one. Must have just been the wind, I told myself. But then I heard it again, more clearly this time. "Alex, come this way." My heart started racing. The voice sounded so real, yet distant and echoing strangely. Against my better judgment, I stepped off the trail and peered into the woods, trying to locate the source. "Hello?" I called out tentatively. "Is someone there?" No response, just more whispers carried on the wind that I couldn't quite make out. I stood there for several minutes, straining to hear. Part of me wanted to run back to my car, but another part felt inexplicably drawn to investigate further. Just as I was about to continue down the trail, I heard what sounded like faint music drifting through the trees. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, haunting melodies that seemed to tug at something deep inside me. Without even realizing it, I found myself walking towards the music, pushing through thick underbrush. I'm not sure how long I wandered, following that otherworldly song. Time seemed to blur, and I lost all sense of direction. The rational part of my brain was screaming at me to turn back, but I couldn't resist the pull of the music. Eventually, I stumbled into a small clearing, and the music abruptly stopped. Disoriented, I looked around and realized with horror that I had no idea where I was or how to get back to the trail. My phone had no signal. Panic started to set in as the sun dipped lower in the sky. That's when I saw her, a young woman standing at the edge of the clearing, partially hidden behind a tree. She was pale and thin, with long, dark hair. Something about her appearance sent chills down my spine. "Hello?" I called out nervously. "I'm lost. Can you help me?" She didn't respond, just stared at me with an unsettling intensity. Then she raised one arm and beckoned for me to follow her deeper into the woods. Every instinct told me to run the other way, but I felt frozen in place. Suddenly the woman's face contorted into an inhuman snarl. Her jaw unhinged impossibly wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. An unearthly shriek filled the air as she lunged towards me with terrifying speed. I don't remember consciously deciding to run, but somehow my legs started moving. I crashed through the underbrush in blind terror, branches whipping at my face. That awful shrieking echoed all around me, seeming to come from every direction at once. I ran until my lungs were on fire, fueled by pure adrenaline and fear. Finally, I burst out onto what looked like the main trail. Without slowing down, I sprinted towards where I thought the parking lot was. When I finally reached my car, I was trembling and gasping for breath. I fumbled with my keys and practically dove inside, locking the doors. As I sat there trying to calm down, a chill ran through me. In the rearview mirror, I could swear I saw a pale face with dead eyes watching me from the tree line. I peeled out of there as fast as I could. I still can't explain what happened to me out there. Was it all just a hallucination brought on by dehydration and getting lost? Or is there really something sinister lurking in Blackwood Forest? All I know is that I'll never set foot in those woods again. In the days since, I've done some research online and discovered I'm not the only one who's had strange experiences there. Other hikers have reported hearing their names called or being lured off trail by mysterious music. Some were found days later with no memory of what happened. Others were never seen again. I can't stop thinking about that woman, or whatever she really was. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I can hear that unearthly shriek echoing in the distance. I'm afraid to be alone in the dark now. Part of me wants to go to the police, but what would I even say? I have no proof, and I'm sure they'd just dismiss me as some nutcase who got spooked in the woods. So I'm sharing my story here, in hopes that it might serve as a warning to others. If you're planning a trip to Blackwood Forest, please be careful. Don't hike alone, and don't leave the marked trails for any reason. And if you hear strange voices or music calling to you from the trees, run. Run as fast as you can and don't look back. I consider myself lucky to have made it out of there. Others weren't so fortunate. Whatever is in that forest, it's not natural, and I fear it's only a matter of time before it claims more victims. Sometimes I wonder if I should go back, to try to find answers or help others who might be in danger. But then I remember the terror I felt, the inhuman face of that creature, and I know I can never return. The sounds of the forest still haunt my dreams, and I don't think I'll ever feel truly safe again. If anyone else has had similar experiences in Blackwood or other forests, please share. Maybe together we can figure out what's really going on and prevent more people from disappearing. Just writing this all out has my hands shaking and my heart racing. I hope getting my story out there will help me start to heal from the trauma. But I know I'll never forget what I encountered in those woods. Stay safe out there, everyone. And remember, if you hear whispers in the forest calling your name, don't follow them. No matter how alluring they might seem, it's not worth the risk. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. I pushed it open, expecting to see her curled up in bed, but the room was empty. Her bed was made, looking like it hadn't been slept in at all. Panic set in as I searched every room, calling her name with increasing desperation. How could she just vanish from our locked house in the middle of the night? As I frantically searched, I noticed something off about the basement door. It was slightly ajar, which was strange because I always keep it locked. With a growing sense of dread, I slowly made my way down the creaky wooden steps. The musty smell hit me first as I flicked on the dim light bulb. Everything looked normal at first glance, just the usual clutter and boxes. But then I saw it. A section of the concrete wall had shifted, revealing a dark opening. My blood ran cold as I approached, hardly believing my eyes. How long had this been here without me knowing? As I peered into the inky blackness, a gust of stale air hit my face. Something about it felt wrong, unnatural. That's when I noticed a yellowed piece of paper stuck to the wall beside the opening. With trembling hands, I unfolded it and read the hastily scrawled words: rules for the tunnel. 1. Never look directly at them. 2. don't touch the walls. 3. Keep moving forward. 4. Stay focused on your goal. 5. Break a rule and you're trapped forever. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of it all. Was this some kind of sick joke? But deep down, I knew. Somehow, I knew Lily was in there, and I had to get her back, no matter what horrors awaited me. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the darkness. The tunnel was impossibly long and winding, far larger than should have fit beneath our modest suburban home. The walls seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, and more than once I had to stop myself from instinctively reaching out to steady myself. I don't know how long I walked through that oppressive blackness before I came to the first room. It was less of a room and more of a clearing in the tunnel, dimly lit by an unseen source. And there, in the center, was a figure that made my skin crawl. A clown, its makeup garish and running, performing a macabre dance. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to edge around the clearing, keeping my eyes lowered and fixed on my goal. Just as I thought I was in the clear, I heard a raspy giggle right by my ear. I nearly screamed, but clamped my mouth shut and hurried on. The next area I entered was even more unsettling. Dozens of doors lined the walls, each one a different impossible color or shape. Some seemed to lead to other dimensions, others to nowhere at all. And in front of one particularly ornate door stood a woman, or what was left of one. Her skin was pulled tight over her skeletal frame, and she wore a tattered yellow dress that seemed to glow in the dim light. I tried to slip past unnoticed, but her head snapped towards me with an audible crack. Her sunken eyes bored into me as a horrific smile spread across her face. "Choose wisely," she rasped, gesturing to the doors. "One leads to what you seek. The others, well, you don't want to know." My heart pounded as I stared at the doors, trying to make an impossible choice. Then I remembered the rules. Stay focused on your goal. Gathering every ounce of courage, I looked the skeletal woman in the eye and said, "I choose none. I'm here for my daughter." For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a bone-chilling shriek, the woman and all the doors vanished. The tunnel stretched on ahead, darker than ever. I pushed forward, encountering more horrors with each step. Shadowy figures that whispered my deepest fears, rooms that defied the laws of physics. At one point, I found myself in what seemed to be an endless forest, the trees reaching up into a starless void. But I kept moving, Lily's face the only thing in my mind. Just when I thought I couldn't take any more, I heard it, a child's laughter echoing from up ahead. "Lily!" I called out, breaking into a run. I burst into a brightly lit room, and there she was, my little girl, looking confused but unharmed. "Daddy," she said, running towards me. I scooped her up in my arms, tears of relief streaming down my face. We had to get out of here now. The journey back seemed easier, faster. Before I knew it, we were stumbling out of the tunnel and into our basement. I slammed the hidden door shut, praying it would never open again. It wasn't until we were upstairs in the safety of our living room that I really looked at Lily, and that's when I realized something was horribly wrong. Her eyes, they weren't quite right. Too dark, too knowing. This thing in my arms wasn't my daughter. With a sickening lurch in my stomach, I set the creature down and backed away. It tilted its head, a mockery of childlike curiosity on its face. "What's wrong, Daddy?" it asked in Lily's voice, but with an undercurrent that made my skin crawl. I ran back down to the basement, my mind racing. The real Lily was still in there somewhere. I had to go back, had to find her. This time, I didn't hesitate. I yanked the hidden door open and plunged back into the darkness. I don't know how long I wandered through that nightmare realm the second time. Hours, Days. Time seemed to have no meaning. I encountered more horrors, more impossible choices. But this time, I didn't play by the rules. I stared down the monsters. I touched the walls that pulsed with malevolent energy. Nothing mattered except finding my real daughter. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I found her. She was curled up in a corner of a room that looked exactly like her bedroom at home, but wrong in a way I couldn't quite put my finger on. When she saw me, she burst into tears and ran into my arms. I knew, deep in my soul, that this was my Lily. We raced back through the tunnel, the very walls seeming to try to stop us. Ghostly hands reached for us. Voices whispered promises and threats. But I held Lily tight and kept running. When we finally burst out into the basement, I didn't stop. I grabbed a sledgehammer from my toolbox and started smashing at the wall where the tunnel entrance had been. Lily screamed and cried, begging me to stop, but I couldn't. I had to make sure that nightmare could never touch us again. It's been a day now, and I still don't know what to think. Lily seems fine, if a bit shaken. She doesn't remember much of what happened. The wall in the basement is solid concrete again, with no sign of the tunnel. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined it all, if the stress of Lily's brief disappearance made me hallucinate the whole thing. But then I catch a glimpse of something moving in the corner of my eye, or hear a faint whisper when the house is silent. And I know, deep down, that it was all real, that there are things in this world beyond our understanding, and that they're still out there, waiting. I don't know if I'll ever feel truly safe in this house again, but I know one thing for certain. I'll do whatever it takes to protect my daughter from the horrors that lurk in the dark, because some nightmares, it seems, are all too real. I'll never forget that day in the sewers. It was supposed to be a routine job, just me and Glenn clearing some blockages near the lake. I'd only been working there for a few months, but Glenn had taken me under his wing and taught me the ropes. We'd done this kind of thing dozens of times before without incident, but nothing could have prepared us for what we encountered down there. The air was damp and musty as we made our way through the winding tunnels. Our headlamps cast eerie shadows on the slimy walls. Glenn was up ahead, shining his light down a side passage. "Hey, kid, come take a look at this," he called out. I sloshed through the shallow water to where he was standing. He was pointing at some kind of weird growth on the wall. It looked almost organic, like some kind of fungus or mold. But there was something off about it. It seemed to pulse and writhe slightly, as if it was alive. "What the hell is that?" I asked, leaning in for a closer look. Glenn shook his head. "Never seen anything like it in all my years down here. We should probably report this to—" He was cut off by a horrible shrieking sound that echoed through the tunnels. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before, a cross between nails on a chalkboard and the screech of some monstrous bird of prey. We both instinctively covered our ears. "What was that?" I yelled over the noise. Glenn's face had gone pale. "I don't know, but we need to get out of here, now." We turned to head back the way we came, but stopped dead in our tracks. There, blocking our path, was something. In the dim light of our headlamps, I could just make out a vaguely humanoid shape. But it was all wrong. Its limbs were too long, its head misshapen, and its skin. God, its skin looked like it was melting off its body. For a moment, we all just stood there frozen. Then the thing let out another ear-piercing shriek and lunged at us. Glenn shoved me out of the way and I stumbled, falling face first into the fetid water. I heard Glenn cry out in pain and scrambled to my feet, panic rising in my chest. The creature had Glenn pinned against the wall. To my horror, I saw that wherever it touched him, his flesh seemed to be dissolving. Glenn was screaming in agony as the thing tore into him with razor-sharp claws. I had to do something. Without thinking, I grabbed my wrench and swung it as hard as I could at the creature's head. There was a sickening crunch, and it staggered back, releasing Glenn. He slumped to the ground, badly wounded but still alive. "Run!" he gasped. "Get help!" But before I could move, the creature recovered and turned its attention to me. Its face, if you could call it that, split open to reveal rows of needle-like teeth. I stumbled backward, swinging my wrench wildly to keep it at bay. Suddenly my back hit the wall. I was cornered. The thing lunged at me, and I felt white-hot pain explode in my left arm as its claws raked across it. I screamed and lashed out with the wrench again, catching it in what I think was its eye. It shrieked and recoiled. Taking advantage of its momentary distraction, I bolted past it, grabbing Glenn by his good arm and hauling him to his feet. Together we staggered down the tunnel as fast as we could, the sound of the creature's unearthly howls echoing behind us. I don't know how long we ran for. Everything was a blur of pain and terror. Somehow we made it to a maintenance hatch, and I managed to heave it open with my one good arm. We emerged into blessed daylight, collapsing on the grass by the lake. I fumbled for my radio with shaking hands and called for emergency services. As we waited for help to arrive, I finally got a good look at my arm. My stomach churned at the sight. The flesh had been eaten away right down to the bone in places. I knew I'd probably lose the arm. Glenn was in even worse shape. Large patches of his skin had been dissolved, exposing raw muscle and bone underneath. His breathing was labored, and he kept fading in and out of consciousness. When the paramedics finally arrived, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. They kept asking what had attacked us, but how could we even begin to explain? They wouldn't believe us anyway. At the hospital, they had to amputate what was left of my arm below the elbow. Glenn underwent multiple surgeries, but the doctors weren't optimistic about his chances. As I lay in my hospital bed that night, my mind kept replaying the horrific scene in the tunnels. What was that thing? Where had it come from? And most importantly, was it still down there? The next few weeks were a blur of police interviews, medical procedures, and sleepless nights plagued by nightmares. The official story was that we'd been attacked by some kind of wild animal that had somehow gotten into the sewer system. But I knew the truth. That was no animal. As soon as I was well enough to leave the hospital, I started digging for answers. I pored over old newspaper archives and city records, looking for any clues about strange occurrences near the lake or in the sewers. And slowly, a disturbing picture began to emerge. It turned out that the lake hadn't always been there. 100 years ago, it had been a dry basin. But then the city decided to create an artificial lake as part of some urban renewal project. In the process of excavating and flooding the area, they'd uncovered some kind of ancient Aztec statue. According to the newspapers at the time, there had been a big controversy because some archaeologists wanted to preserve the site for study. But in the end, the city had gone ahead with their plans. The statue had been removed and put in a museum, and the lake was created. But ever since then, there had been reports of strange happenings in the area. People going missing near the lake, weird noises coming from storm drains, workers refusing to go into certain parts of the sewer system. It was all dismissed as urban legends and superstition, until now. I became obsessed with uncovering the truth. I tracked down retired sewer workers and interviewed them about their experiences. Many were reluctant to talk at first, but once I showed them my missing arm and told them what had happened to me and Glenn, they opened up, and the stories they told chilled me to the bone. It seemed that the creature, or maybe creatures, plural, had been down there for decades. There were multiple accounts of workers encountering something monstrous in the tunnels. Some had barely escaped with their lives. Others hadn't been so lucky. But it had all been covered up, written off as accidents or disappearances. I tried to go to the authorities with what I'd learned, but they dismissed me as a crackpot. Even my own bosses at the sewage department told me to drop it if I wanted to keep my job. But I couldn't let it go. That thing was still down there, and it was only a matter of time before it killed again. In desperation, I reached out to Glenn. He'd survived his injuries, barely, but had been left horribly scarred and disabled. I thought he'd want nothing to do with this nightmare ever again, but to my surprise, he agreed to help me. He said he couldn't live with himself if he didn't try to stop that monster from hurting anyone else. So we started making secret forays into the sewers, armed with everything we could think of: flamethrowers, acid, explosives. We had a few close encounters, barely escaping with our lives each time. The creature seemed to be growing stronger, more aggressive. And worse, we found evidence that there might be more than one of them down there. It all came to a head about 6 months after our first encounter. We'd traced the creature's lair to a chamber deep beneath the lake. As we approached, we could hear the sound of something large moving in the darkness ahead. Glenn turned to me with a grim look. "Listen, kid," he said. "If this goes sideways, I want you to run. Don't look back. Just get out of here and seal off this section. Promise me." I started to protest, but he cut me off. "I'm serious. I'm an old man with one foot in the grave already. You've got your whole life ahead of you. Promise me you'll run if things go bad." Reluctantly, I nodded. Then we rounded the corner and found ourselves face to face with our nightmare. The creature was even more horrifying than I remembered. It had grown to enormous size, its body a writhing mass of tentacles and fanged mouths. As soon as it saw us, it let out that soul-shattering shriek and attacked. What happened next was chaos. We unloaded everything we had at the monster: flames, acid, explosives. For a moment it seemed to be working. The thing was shrieking in pain, thrashing wildly. But then it surged forward with incredible speed. I saw it grab Glenn and start to drag him towards one of its gaping maws. Without thinking, I rushed forward to help him. But Glenn looked at me and shook his head. "Run!" he yelled. "Remember your promise. Go!" I hesitated for a split second. Then I saw the determined look in his eyes and knew what he was about to do. Choking back a sob, I turned and ran as fast as I could. Behind me, I heard Glenn's voice, strong and clear. "See you in hell, you son of a bitch." Then there was a massive explosion that shook the entire tunnel. The force of it knocked me off my feet. As I scrambled up and kept running, I heard the agonized shrieks of the creature echoing behind me, mixed with the sound of collapsing stonework. I didn't stop running until I reached the surface. As soon as I was out, I contacted the authorities and told them to seal off that entire section of the sewer system. This time, faced with the evidence of the explosion and the missing workers, they actually listened. It's been a year since that day, and as far as I know, there have been no more sightings or incidents involving the creature. The official story is that it was some kind of toxic waste mutation that we managed to destroy. But I know the truth. That thing wasn't from our world, and I'm not convinced it's really gone for good. Sometimes at night I swear I can still hear faint shrieks echoing up from the storm drains, and every time it rains heavily, I find myself watching the lake, half expecting to see some nameless horror rise from its depths. I don't know if anyone will believe this story. Hell, sometimes I can barely believe it myself. But I swear on my life that every word is true. So next time you're walking by a storm drain or a manhole cover, just remember, there might be more down there than you think. And whatever you do, don't go into the sewers alone. I still remember that scorching summer day like it was yesterday. The drought had been brutal, drying up most of the lakes and rivers in our area. As sewer workers, my brother Chris and I were putting in overtime clearing blockages caused by the lack of water flow. We'd been assigned to check out Lake Meadows, which was barely more than a muddy puddle at that point. The stench was awful as we waded through the muck, poking around for any major clogs. That's when Chris spotted something strange sticking out of the mud. "Hey, Cal, come take a look at this," he called out. I slogged over to where he was standing and saw what looked like the top of a stone statue poking up from the lake bed. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen, covered in weird symbols and carvings that gave me the creeps. But Chris was fascinated. "We should dig it out," he said excitedly. "This could be some kind of ancient artifact." I had a bad feeling about it, but Chris was always the adventurous one. Before I could object, he was already using his shovel to clear away the mud. As more of the statue was revealed, I felt increasingly uneasy. There was something wrong about it. The symbols seemed to shift and move when I wasn't looking directly at them. "Chris, maybe we should leave it alone," I suggested. But he was too caught up in the discovery to listen. With a final heave, he managed to pull the statue free. It was about 3 feet tall, depicting some kind of monstrous creature with tentacles and way too many eyes. Chris was beaming as he examined it, but I just wanted to get far away from the thing. That's when I noticed the hole where the statue had been. It was pitch black and seemed to go down forever. A foul smell wafted up from the depths, making me gag. And then I saw something move in the darkness. "Chris, we need to go, now." I grabbed his arm, trying to pull him away. He shook me off. "Relax, it's probably just some fish or something." But I knew it wasn't fish. Whatever was down there was big, and it was coming up fast. I'll never forget the look of terror on Chris's face as a massive tentacle shot out of the hole and wrapped around his leg. He screamed and dropped the statue, which shattered on impact with the dry lake bed. I tried desperately to pull Chris free, but the thing was impossibly strong. More tentacles emerged, along with a nightmarish body covered in writhing appendages and glowing eyes. It was like nothing that should exist in our world. With a sickening crunch, it yanked Chris into the hole. His screams echoed for a moment before being suddenly cut off. I scrambled backwards, falling on my ass in the mud as I tried to get away from that monstrosity. Somehow I made it to my truck and sped away, tires squealing. I was in shock, barely able to process what I'd just witnessed. When I finally gathered myself enough to call the police, they didn't believe a word of my story. How could they? It sounded insane even to me, and I'd seen it with my own eyes. They ended up charging me with Chris's murder, said I'd made up the creature story as a cover. I spent 5 years in prison before being released on a technicality, but those years behind bars were nothing compared to the nightmares that plagued me every night. I tried to move on with my life after getting out, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. Reports of missing people and strange sightings around Lake Meadows started cropping up. I knew in my gut it was connected to that thing we'd unleashed. Then a couple weeks ago, 2 guys showed up at my door, Glenn and his friend. They'd been investigating the disappearances and somehow traced things back to me. At first I was wary, figuring they were looking to pin the blame on me again. But as they shared what they'd uncovered, I realized they actually believed me. I told them everything, relieved to finally have someone take me seriously. Glenn had done research into the history of the lake and discovered references to an ancient evil that had been imprisoned there centuries ago. The statue had been the seal keeping it contained. We think it's been slowly expanding its territory, Glenn explained, using the sewer system to move around undetected. But it's getting bolder, taking more victims. We need to find a way to stop it before things get worse. I knew I should stay far away from this nightmare, but a part of me felt responsible. If Chris and I hadn't disturbed that statue, none of this would be happening. I owed it to my brother to try and make things right. So against my better judgment, I agreed to help them. We spent days poring over old maps of the sewers, trying to pinpoint where the creature might be nesting. Glenn's friend rigged up some kind of high-tech sensor to detect unusual energy readings. Finally, we had a potential location, an abandoned pump station on the edge of town. As we geared up to check it out, my hands were shaking. I'd hoped to never encounter that thing again, and now I was willingly walking into its lair. The pump station was pitch black inside. Our flashlights barely penetrated the inky darkness. An overpowering stench of decay filled the air, making me gag. Glenn's sensor was going crazy, confirming our worst fears. We were in the right place. We crept further in, trying to stay quiet, but it knew we were there. I heard a familiar squelching sound, and my blood ran cold. Before I could shout a warning, tentacles lashed out from the shadows. Glenn went down hard, the sensor clattering across the floor. His friend managed to dodge the initial attack and pulled out some kind of weapon, a modified flamethrower from the looks of it. He unleashed a stream of fire, illuminating the horror before us. It was even bigger than I remembered, its bloated mass filling most of the chamber. Hundreds of eyes blinked in the firelight as it let out an ear-splitting shriek. The flames seemed to hurt it, but not nearly enough. I unfroze and rushed to help Glenn, dragging him away from the thrashing tentacles. He was dazed, but alive. His friend kept up the assault with the flamethrower, driving the creature back. "We need to collapse the tunnels," Glenn shouted over the creature's cries. "Trap it down here." It was a crazy plan, but we were out of options. While Glenn's friend kept the monster distracted, we frantically worked to rig up the explosives we'd brought as a last resort. My hands were slick with sweat as I set the charges, praying we'd have enough time. With a final roar, the creature lunged forward. Glenn's friend was a second too slow. A tentacle wrapped around his leg, yanking him off his feet. The flamethrower clattered to the ground, flames sputtering out. "Go!" he yelled as he was dragged into the creature's maw. "Blow it now." Glenn hesitated, but I knew we had no choice. I hit the detonator and the world exploded around us. We ran for our lives as the tunnels collapsed behind us, the creature's dying shrieks echoing in our ears. We barely made it out before the entire pump station caved in, burying that monstrosity under tons of concrete and earth. For a long moment, Glenn and I just stood there gasping for air, covered in dust and grime. Part of me wanted to believe it was really over, that we'd managed to stop the evil that had haunted me for so long. But as I stared at the rubble, I couldn't shake a familiar feeling of dread. What if this was just another temporary prison, destined to one day be broken? I guess only time will tell. But I know I'll never stop looking over my shoulder, wondering if that nightmare from the lake will find its way back to the surface. Some evils are just too ancient and powerful to ever truly die.